Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Today is Tuesday, January 30th. Welcome to my desk. Welcome to my desk. Have a lot to show you. I was gone all day yesterday, had several things to do. I had to get my car kind of checked over. Then oil change, tires checked, all of that. Couldn't get in until 4 o'clock. Then I went shopping, so I didn't get home till late, so I'm a little tired. But I got to the fabric store, I got to the Goodwill, thrift store, and what else? I went to the hardware store, and I went to Walmart. Hi, Arlene. Good morning, Arlene. How are you doing? All right. So this is, let me zoom out. This is a box. I've been looking for boxes, and I usually get them, like I can get Christmas boxes that have been on sale at the dollar store for a couple dollars, $3 or $4. But I found this one at Goodwill, and it cost me a couple dollars. And I'm going to put fabric in here. And I'll be doing that. I got some fabric at the fabric store. Hi, Rhonda. Good morning, Rhonda. It's good to see you. Let me get over here to my tablet. I have things to show you this morning. I have things to do. Oh, yeah. Oh. Let me get into my channel here. We're going to talk about slow stitch. Can I grab the link to that? Share. Copy link. I think I have it. Let's see. Let me get into my channel. Come on, my channel. You. And there we go. I'm live. Thrift haul, slow stitch, art journals, mixed media, broken jewelry. We're going to try to get to the broken jewelry today. Who else came in? Rhonda and Arlene, and Brenda, my early birds. Let me get this off my desk. And I have things I want to show you here. Hold on. Let me put it over here. Okay. My tablet says it's only at 71%, so I may have to get out my other phone if it uses all my juice. Good morning, good morning. Rhonda says, sorry, I won't be chatting much. I'm drawing. Well, I would rather see you draw than chat anyway. Look at my desk here. I'm going to zoom in just a little. I had that box there and there. Is that better? Let me see. Let my tablet catch up with me. Come on, where are you? There. Ha! Takes a while to catch up. All right. I also want to put a link in here. Hold on. Hold the phone. Where's the send on this? Right there. And let me pin this. And this goes to the week 5, I believe it is, of K3N. It might be week 4. But anyway, there's her channel that she's doing a weekly slow stitch art journal page. And I'm following along. I did not bring in my slow stitch journal. I should go get it, but we're going to work on the next page a little. But before we do that, let me Let me clear last week off my desk here. I still have my doodle cards out. What's this? A scrap. I still have my doodle cards. You see, I haven't been in here since Sunday night, and it is Tuesday morning. Meri, shame on you. I'm going to put them under here because they're kind of warped. Not too much, but a little. All right, we'll push all my pins over there. These are coming next. What I got here is sort of part of a thrift haul. Let me straighten my camera because I can never tell. Up here it doesn't show that it's crooked, but all right, hold on. Let everything. Is it straight yet? Hold the phone. There we go. What these are is a stack of Greg Writer, kind of shorthand and secretarial magazines from the 1930s and early 40s. 1937, 1937, 1937. These are all 37. These are 36s here. So they are kind of pre-World War II, 1937 and 1936. And I've been watching these on the Facebook Marketplace. And they were a little bit more than I could afford, but nobody bought them. Well, that's a 38 one. This is a 37. 38. 37. 37. 37. There's a lot of 1937s. So it's a very big year, I guess. Here's a 36, 36. 1930. I think the rest of these are 1937s. And I'm just going to go through a couple of them. I'm not going to show you every one of them because they're all very similar. They're a magazine for secretaries and stenographers and typists. 1938. 37, 36. And they were a little bit more than I could afford. But I kept watching on them, and nobody bought them. I guess nobody's interested in being a stenographer these days. It's kind of a career that has got into where there are secretaries yet and file clerks, and they're necessary. But they have evolved more into administrative secretaries, which kind of makes them the whole occupation a little more professional. And I'm still zoomed in a little, aren't I? Let me zoom out because you aren't going to see all these. Let me zoom out just a little bit more here. How is that? There we go. And what I liked about them is, they are almost, 37, over 70 years old, probably. And it won't be long and they'll be antique quality, but they have a lot, they have a lot of interesting articles. This one's called Lost Typewriters. Lost without their typewriters. The other day I heard a man say, I have an excellent secretary who is my right hand and jewel beyond price, but I would be lost without my typewriter. Upon investigation, I found this to be true of many men and women. The pictorial evidence here and on pages 3 and 4 may surprise you. Having once learned how to type, they somehow find that they simply have to do some sort of the work themselves. Now, nowadays, we would be lost without our smartphones and our laptops. Look at these. Look at this man wearing the hat. I just love it. That was, they called this generation, I think, the greatest. Maybe that's World War I. Both World War I and World War II were kind of the greatest generation. And then you got into the 50s, 60s, and 70s, which is kind of my generation, and we went a little wild. Give them too much freedom, but there were still, work was still, like this was still available. And I can remember I took shorthand in high school and college. I wasn't, the college classes were a little bit more advanced than what I was shooting for. I mean, I found the typewriter exercise in here. And it's old, the paper's old and faded. It was probably nice copy paper at one time. But anyway, let me just take one. We'll take this first one, which looks like a big blimp on the page here with all their controls. And it's got a lot of advertising in here. Why the leading business schools insist on noiseless typing. New shorthand transcribing lessons published in DITTO. I don't know what that means. Digital reproducing ink. Learn touch figuring. The Underwood Sunstrand way. So there's a lot of interesting advertising. Greg writing inks. Now that would interest me today. And here's the lost typewriters, and this hat down here fascinates me. Little man at his typewriter. I suppose he could have been a newsman, or maybe a author. Shorthand may prove magic, and they have shorthand in here. Now, I'm not even going to attempt to read this online. I'd probably have to sit and figure it all out. But to me, shorthand was always like a little secret language. And in a way, it's very pretty, isn't it? If you look at it, it's very pretty. In the early learning stage, your progress in shorthand will be much more rapid if you do not interrupt your skill forming period with too many questions. News in word and picture. The comma again has its day in court. A good stenographer. And they give tips to secretarial work. 12 questions. What is meant by a certified check? And what is the procedure necessary to obtain one? Well, you go to the bank and say, I want a certified check. What is meant in diplomatic circles by the term career man? Oh boy, we wouldn't like that term today. It'd have to be career person or just... Who was George Fisher Baker, who wrote the best known work on the government of the United States? What style of writing did the early Babylonians use? There's some interesting questions there. It's kind of fun to... And here's some our Horn of Plenty. And these are Greg's certificates. Set out now to win all these certificates for your achievement record album. Goals in shorthand, the first milestone. Your first goal then is to qualify for the lovely Writing Progress pin awarded to each shorthand student who qualifies on the junior OGA test published elsewhere in this magazine. The basic principles of good notes are fluency and smoothness of writing, good formation of curves and joinings, proper proportion in the lengths of strokes and the size of circles, correct slant and spacing, and continuity in writing. And they're showing examples in here. This looks like a typing lesson. Yeah, September competent typist test. Now, I think I was a better typist in high school and college than I am today, because today I do more pecking on the phone than actual typing. So it's kind of fun to look at this, especially knowing that and look at what they did here, the little doodles that they have in here. There's a little seal in there. The young sea lion. This is probably a story. And then they've illustrated it with little silhouette doodles. Kind of interesting. Hold that note. It looks like a gang of kids fighting there. So these might be stories because they have little illustrations in there. For as little as $1 a week, you can get you a Corona portable typewriter. Why rent a typewriter or buy a second-hand one when you can own this brand new 1936 Corona? So this is where it gets into the interesting advertisements. Only $85, Burroughs calculator. They would be horrified to know that they paid $85 for that when you can go to Walmart and get you one for, well, calculators now might cost you between $5 and $15, depending on what you're getting. And the really advanced ones might cost you a little bit more. Recognized Master Check Protection. Model 33. Protectograph. It's a protectograph. Recognized Master of Check Protection. Since the protection of money in transit has become genuinely necessary to every business house, knowledge of check protection has become a genuine necessity to every stenographer and secretary who's pushing his or her way to the top. Faster, safer, more convenient pencils. What's that? Is that the eraser? It is. It's a round eraser on the tip of that pencil. And look at this. So it's fun. All of these magazines are similar. You'll be seeing me use these in my art journaling. I got them for $5. There's 17 of them here. So divide 17 into 50. Probably paid about what it would cost originally. 17 times 3 is 51. So anyway, there's 17 of them there. So that'll be fun to look at later. Let me put them over here. So what else did I get? This is thrift haul stuff here. I went to Goodwill. I showed you that Paris box. I also got this. It's a shelf with a hook on it. I'm not sure where I'm going to hang it, but I'll be hanging art off of it someplace or another. And I paid a little bit more for it. I paid $4 for it, but I think it's worth it. I almost bought a really nice picture frame there that I thought would hold a nice slow stitch piece, but it was also $4, and I needed to watch my $4 items. Let's see, what else did I get in here? I got a couple more boxes. This one, I thought I would put my watercolor pieces in, but it might be a little too wide. This is, well, let's measure it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, my watercolor cards are 4 by 6, so I would have an inch space in there. But what I don't like about this, and I commented on it when I bought it, of course, she just gracefully listened, was they put tape on this. And I was wondering if it would tear the box, but it doesn't look. They put packing tape. Why do they do this on a paper box? Well, luckily it's not ripping the box apart. I would not have done this. You can tell the people who work at the thrift store are not thrifters. They would know better. Who's come in here? Kimberly. Hi, Kimberly. Hi, Raul. Hi, Nina. Good morning. Good morning. Raul says the link Arlene just shared also has the links to the Valenziners. The Valenziners. Raul is doing a Valentine, let's see, what do they say? A video premiere Valentine zine collab. And that's going to happen on February 7th, which I believe is next Wednesday. Or is it this no, it's next Wednesday. Let me go out to his channel here. Hold on. I'm still in my art gallery from last Sunday night. Let me go. Hold on. Hold the phone. Me live. Get rid of the Arlene dropped the link here. Raul's community post for the Valentine's Day zine collab. And let's go to it. And oh, he's got links in there. Bless your heart. Look at that. He's got links to the channels. It starts out with Jasper and Mrs. Gigi. Here are the links, channel links. Very soon the premiere links. I'm going to have to get mine done, Raul. I was gone all day yesterday. I'll tell you, my life is so busy. I'm going to try to get mine done. I got in my head when I want to get done. You are all invited to this amazing zine premiere. And then here's what he calls his poster. And he has the time here. The time start out at 1 p.m. with Jasper, followed by Mrs. Gigi, the Meri Atelier, Lovely Malia, Kim Polton, Janet Nash, Raul, and then Meri again. I've got 4 time slots in there. Miriam, Art Curious, Jasper, Raul, myself, Jasper, and Meri. So you could pick up the 3, and then Raul asked if I would take the last time slot. And I said yes. And what they are video premieres. So you can drop in and chat during that time with whoever's streaming at that time, who's showing their video at that time. And also watch it as your leisure. I'm going to try to get mine done, Raul. I'll get them to you soon. In quotes. But here's that box I want to put these watercolor cards. I could put my doodle decks in there too, but let's grab the watercolor cards that I have here. These are my it's my doodle deck too. My most recent doodles. And only 2 of my watercolors. They'll fit in here with plenty of space. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if this is not quite 4 inches. I'm a little bit wary of the height. I might use this for something else. My watercolor cards are still under here. Let me just put all these away for now. But I've been looking for boxes that are oh look, it's got a looks like somebody had photos in here. It's got a photo mat. Let's get the price tag off of it if I can. Why do they do this stuff? 99 cents for this box was a pretty good price. You couldn't get it for much cheaper at a retail store. Or, I mean, well, you could not get it cheaper unless they really have a sale on it. Boy, I hate when they do this stuff. I guess they have to, but... And I would take my heat gun to this, but I'm afraid that it's got a plastic coating on it. I'm afraid I would warp it. Some labels that are paper on paper, or your labels on a piece of paper, you can simply take a heat gun to it and it'll melt the glue. And the labels are on envelopes, paper envelopes. There we go, I think. There we go. So I had my eye out for boxes. Let's put this one aside. I got one more here to show you. I'll be putting, my brother said, you have enough boxes. And I said, they are so good to put stuff in. Now this one, I got another one here, and I'm going to have to repair it a little. It was a little cheaper. But see, this is good to keep fabrics or my stitching projects in. And I liked it, but I noticed when I bought it, I knew that this was here. It's kind of cracked, but I can repair that. I can just put a piece of maybe even cloth fabric washi on the edges here. Just put a strip of my Dollar Tree fabric washi there. And it's got an ink blot here. It looks like somebody was storing art supplies. And this, they marked down to $2. And it was, it's got a red ticket, and then it was $7. And then they marked it down to $3, and then they marked it down from 7 to 3. Here. Oh, it was something 99. I tore it off. $1.99, I think, was what I paid for it. So I got some storage boxes. I'm going to store different projects that I'm working on. So let me put that over there. Boy, my brother is going to say, how do you walk? Well, I don't walk because it's stacked up around me. And then I got a few more little things in here. Let me grab this out. I bought these for my laptop. My laptop keyboard, it's really hard to see the keys because they're lit up, but they're kind of silver. And I'm going to see how these work on my laptop. So 99 cents. And I don't know if they've lost their stickum or not here. So I got that for $1. I'm going to put that out here. I got to get out on my laptop and bring down Inkscape. And let's see, what else did I get here? Oh, I bought a toenail clipper for my brother. He uses mine, and I don't like the idea of him using my toenail clipper. So I bought him, I guess I'll give him mine and use a new one. Then I think this is a curtain, but it is so pretty. There were 2 of them there, and I only bought one. And it's kind of sheer, but I got it with the idea of doing, you know, tearing it up, and there's plenty to tear up here. But it's a really pretty curtain. This one cost me $1.99. Isn't that amazing? Actually, I actually would rather have this than the drapes out in our dining room. But my brother would not hear of it. He said, what are you taking my curtains down for? So I only bought one. And then, my last thing that I got here, I spent $18.75 at the Goodwill, which is, you know, when you go thrifting, you don't want to spend big bucks. And I think the scavenger hunt has a receipt page, and I might save that for the receipt page. Put my scissors back here. Then I got one more thing here, and this is, again, I'm on the slow stitch kick. Well, today is a slow stitch day. I got these cost me more than I paid more than I probably should. These cost me $4, and they're fabric remnants, and I'm going to wash them. You know, you buy stuff like this, and I'm going to throw all of this in the wash. But, I don't know, $4 for this mess was probably a little excessive. But, little slow stitch pieces in here. And, K3N Cloth Tales. I dropped a link to her channel, but she always says go. She calls them charity shops. She says get your, don't go buy new stuff. But where could I get all these little examples of fabric? Well, I got all sorts of examples, but it's nice to have. It's kind of like a little treasure chest of fabric. Here's one that's kitty cats. Copies on. And I went to that quilt store and I was so disappointed that cat fabric, boy, that sold fast. Because I was just there, last week? And I bought a fat quarter of it and said, I'll come back and get another fat quarter. And she said it sold out. The whole boat of it. And she said somebody bought the whole boat of it. There's the windmills. And got plenty of this. Looks like it might be Dollar Tree stuff here. Or maybe not. These are different states. Washington, Colorado, I see Ohio, New Jersey. So these are different states in the U.S. It's already stripped down for me. I think, though, if I can fold this out, I can get wider pieces. No, it's all stripped. Somebody was doing a project here. I kind of like black. And here's a piece of tissue. I'm going to throw that away. Was that tissue? No, that's a little fabric piece. That's not tissue. This looks like it might be wildlife. Yeah. Buffaloes, cougars, birds, cranes. So this is all wildlife, that's nice to have that. So I guess this was worth $4 as I go through it. Here's just a thin strip here. It looks like butterflies. I'm onto this fabric kick. And one of the things I might do here to connect it more with my art is design some fabric. Although you look at all the fabric that's been designed and you say to yourself, what more can I do that hasn't been done? And it's just like writing a book. The best book hasn't been written yet. And because you write from your own experiences. Here's some more of that wildlife fabric. Here. They've stripped it down, it looks like. They made a lot of strips and pieces. Look, they got the raccoon there. So they were working on different projects, it looks like. There's a whole... As I go through this, I think it is worth $4. I think I'm still going to wash it, though. Even all these little strips. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. This is a Raggedy Ann on a bicycle snowman. This is a little bit more folk artsy. Yeah, here's some blacks. Because I need black. I'm tempted. I have a black blouse that the sleeves kind of 3/4 length on me. And I'm tempted to cut it, wash it, and cut it up. Just to get the fabric out of it. This is a nice little synthetic wool, I think. It could be real wool. Some cotton, little pieces of cotton. So these little snippets are nice to have for slow stitching. And I almost see fabric now as I would scrapbook paper. Oh, this looks like it was for a child's pajama set, maybe. Little pieces there. Looks like some little kitty cats. That's flannel. Isn't that cute? Little kitty cats. And this just is a light blue flannel, plain, no design on it. Some greens. Oh, look at this, barbed wire. That's a nice cotton. I can feel it's a nice cotton. Some green. Here's some more of those kitty cats. Aww. Just little pieces here. I guess here's some more of that state They stripped it all down. They were doing something and that they were using a lot of strips for. Because see, they've stripped all this into like 2-inch, maybe binding on a quilt. And boy, they were busy in that shop yesterday. One little lady came in and she was buying several boats of material. And this looks like it's got the light seam lines, or somebody drew on that, I think, with a pencil. And I bought a new Piecework magazine. I'll show you the fabric I purchased. Here's some more of that windmill cut at a triangle, watermelon, some more of the wildlife. A Wild About Nebraska. Wildlife. Wild About Nebraska. Huh. Very local fabric. This kind of surprises me. So this might have been, they might have been making binding for quilt blocks or something out of this. That's my thought, because I got it, well, I got it at Goodwill. Here's more of that. This is a wider piece, the state fabric. This has got a green backing on it here. Looks like they were sewing something together. It's got an interfacing. Might make a nice little mini journal. So I bet you they were using these as binding or pieces like it on a quilt. Maybe they were making little, here's a whole bunch of little squares. It looks like Christmas and folk artsy squares. I'm almost done to the end. I have to explore each and every piece. This is the first time I've seen this. Little wrinkly pieces, little black, just little pieces here. So, I guess this is worth $4 as I go out in and look at each one. I'm pretty happy with this purchase. And I'm really happy with the curtain. I'll be tearing that up. I'll be tearing it up. I keep dropping little pieces. So there's that. I won't run out of scrap fabric to slow stitch with, that's for sure. And I think that's the end of my haul. My thrift haul. Now I want to show you my fabrics haul, because this kind of relates to, and I'm going to pick out the fabric. I'm going to pick out the fabric. I need seven pieces, and I was showing before where I had some pieces that I thought were very colonial in nature, and I don't know if I have them here. They might be over on the other. Well, here's a couple of them. These I got in the sale room. Yeah, these are the ones I was thinking of. These are very, and she used very muted fabrics, and she said, you need 7 pieces. Now, this is following the week 5 journal page with K3N cloth tails. I think I put the correct link in there. This might be week 4. Let's see. No, that's week 5. So, and what she did was the little flower patch. And I bought these because they remind me so much of colonial. And I was using these to do on the journal page, the painted fabric that I'm doing with Becky. I'm going to make a journal page. And I was just going to make it the size of the journal, but I was watching K3N Cloth Tales, and she has a wraparound journal, so I'm going to alter. I think I'm going to turn that fabric that I painted for, and luckily I haven't drawn on the back of it yet, so I can do that. But she did some little 3/4 inch, which are going to be small. I might make mine a little bigger. I know, and I'm not sure because her pages are more square and mine are more rectangular in my journal. Mine are 5.5 by 7.5. The pages are about like this. And I could get a flower patch on there, probably even not quite that wide, 5.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5.5. This is about 5.5 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5. So about the size of this is my journal page. And she did a flower patch. I guess I could center it, but I'm going to use these very colonial type. And I bought some more yesterday. But these are all sale fabrics. I excuse myself by saying I bought them on sale. They were only half price. And to me, these would be things you would see. Oh, I say colonial type, but they just remind me of early American. Now the basket fabric, maybe not so much, but I'll use that. But these, so I'll have what I have: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I'll probably get another piece. Then I bought some fat quarters, which are Valentine, that I'm going to use. See, I could use this receipt too. Calico quilt. I paid $10. We'll show that. That was an afterthought. Look at this scissor fabric. Let me come in. I lost you guys. Hold on. Let me come back into chat here. And looks like I need to tip my camera a little. Hold on. Let's straighten the world out. Let's straighten my world out. I need to tip it up a little, I think. How does that look? Yeah. So, not these. I need one more piece. And I'm just going to use little pieces out of here, but I'll be using these for other projects. Maybe the other piece that I do will be a darker fabric, because I don't like just one dark. This is pretty dark. So I might get something that coordinates with this. We'll see. Well, what do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I've got 6 here. But I'm not going to worry about that now. This was my afterthought. I had asked if I could use the restroom, and I bought some needles. I had asked if I could use the restroom, and I went back. They had a nice big restroom, and I set my keys down by the sink and proceeded with my business and washed my hands and went shopping. And when I got ready to pay for everything, got ready to leave, I couldn't find my keys. Where's my keys? Where's my keys? Are they in your purse? I hunted all through my purse. She said, check your coat pocket. I checked the coat pocket. I checked the jeans pocket. Pretty soon another clerk come in and said, somebody left their keys in the bathroom. Oh, that was me. And the point of this story is, as I was walking back up to the counter, I happened to glance. I have to kind of walk through their office area. And look what I saw. Now I took 18 inches of this. No, she cut it. I think this is a 1/4 yard, but it's 60 inches wide, but it cut the scissors off. Well, this one is okay. These are embroidery scissors. So really the full size scissors I get right here in the center, and then I get snips of scissors. But this will be fun for stitching in here for slow stitch projects or goodness knows what. Look at these carpet scissors. So this was, I said, oh, I saw something on my way back from the bathroom. And and I took the clerk back there and showed, I said, how much is this? This was $17 a yard. So I did not buy a full yard. I think I paid $10 for this 60 inches wide fabric. So it's pretty wide. So I think I just got a 1/4 yard here. Well, no. I don't know how, this is certainly not a 1/2 yard. She charged me $10. Well, that's with tax. What did she charge me here? Fabric. Oh, she charged me $8.90. which says to me that should have been a half yard. Maybe she's measuring it this way, but she said it's 60 inches wide. This does not feel like a half yard to me. But I'm not going to argue with it. I'm happy to get it. I'm not going to belabor the point. So I got that. Scissors fabric. I fell in love with it. It just cried out, Meri, look over here. So I took her back in the back room and I said, is this for sale? And she said, it's $17 a yard. She knows I go to the sale room to buy my fabrics. I guess I could use this basket fabric, but I don't really like that with coordinating with these. I think I have another piece that. So we're going to get back into K3N cloth tails after I show you my purchases here. I got some needles. It's in John James. These are size 3 and 7. I ordered some needles off of Amazon too. Some BOHN bone. And got some Calico Cottage. I spent a little extra money there. I'll show you my $9 one, but I won't show you the other one. Maybe when I do my receipt page. And then this is some personal mail here and my car repair. That all goes out where I keep my papers. And I bought the Piecework magazine. And I guess I took those other needles out. I was looking at them. Oh, are they in here? No, they're in here. Bone, B-O-H-N. And these are size 28. But I think the eyes are big enough. But I think I bought this brand in a 24 off of Amazon. So I wanted some Peacemaker needles. They did not have any Peacemaker ones. And you can order Peacemaker off of Amazon, but by the time you pay for the shipping, they're not prime. You can't get them prime. By the time you pay for the shipping, you paid for the price of the needle. So I didn't get them off of Amazon. And then they always put a candy on their card when they thank you for shopping with us. I'm going to take the candy off and I'll put this in my journal. And there's another receipt for, that's my bank. I had to go to the bank. I had to go all out with my business stuff. But I bought the Piecework magazine. And I love this magazine. I should subscribe to it, but it gives me an excuse to go to the fabric store. I love reading this because it's all about needlework history. And it's got some projects. This project, this silk ribbon project, done by Deanna West. When I went to London with a needlework group, she was a part of that group. So I kind of know of her. She's not a personal friend or anything. Where's her project here? But she gets published in this magazine quite often. She did this silk ribbon piece here. Embroidery, silk ribbon embroidery. It's very pretty. So I kind of know of her. Like I said, she's not a personal friend, but of course I know of her in 1999 is when we went. That was quite a year back then. So then the last thing, I'm going to put these needles back in here too. Put all this in one of those boxes. I bought some Valentine fabric. I thought I would work some slow stitching in those zines. And I'm not really too much into love, mushy love, Valentine. But this is pretty, isn't it? This is pretty fabric. I like this pink. And these are hearts, swirled hearts in there. So I'll be doing something like that for one of my zines, which I better get busy. And I'm going to prep my zines because there are only 15-minute segments, and this will take me more than 15 minutes to do this. Put it in like this. And do I want to save a couple of these? Maybe I'll put them in my Scavenger Hunt Journal. So there's my fabric haul. Now the kitty cat fabric was completely sold out, and I had torn a narrow strip off of that fabric, but I think I'm going to send the rest of it to Becky. Most of it is still there. I just tore a narrow strip out, a very narrow strip. But I thought of Becky, and I wanted to get her some, and they sold it all out. The whole bolt of it, somebody bought it. She said somebody bought it from online. So we're still talking about K3N cloth tails, slow stitch. And what I'm going to do, look at this. These are my scratch journals over the years. And this is my most recent one, and I haven't finished it. I started it in 2022. I started it in 2022, September 5th. Today is my brother Tom's 75th birthday. 75th? Yeah, it would be his 75th birthday in 2022. And here's where I'm reading the books. Christmas Letters, The Wax Doll. I pulled that book out again. I'm only halfway through it. Blue Hill Library Series. I've read 3 of them now. And Christmas Notes. So I was reading Christmas books in September. And Sunday, 9/11/2022. And let's see. I think these are things I wanted to do on. Oh, this is my little Fib Diggity story that I told about when I was going garage sailing, and I ran across this out in the country, this garage sale sign, and I turned in, and it was an older man, and he was selling all of his wife's stash. And I told this. Now that's just this fictional story. That didn't really happen. But I bought some stuff there, and he remembered me in my story. In my story, I bought stuff, and he remembered me, and he loaded up his pickup with the rest of it and brought it to me. Ha ha! What an imagination, Mary. This is sketchy notes from Janet Nash's prompts. One of them was obviously an elephant, and it got little Ruby Rose raking leaves. Janet Nash prompts: elephant, vintage some machine, and I put a rake. A perfume bottle, it's tucked into the leaves here. Oh, there it is right there. I got 2 of them. Tear paper pieces, and I said I was going to make my leaves torn paper. See, I do sketch out the idea while I'm listening to her. I need to do that again because she's still doing prompts. Brown is the ground, and luxurious. And I put a leaf banner up here for the luxurious. My little sketchy Ruby Rose story. What's this? Game pieces. This was for Inktober. So why am I showing you? This is my most recent one. I started adding notes here. What's my most recent note? Here. January 2024. Yesterday, Brother Tom took me shopping. I stocked up, and I really did. I went shopping again yesterday, but I didn't need as much. I got some bread. What else did I get? My brother wanted some of those Jimmy Dean Link sausages. I bought those for him. I needed some more marmalade. Also, I went to the quilt store, and I bought some number 20 thread for tatting projects. So this might be something that I might turn over here. But the reason I got these are all my scratch journals. I need to make a new set of scratch journals, which is one reason I got that out. And what I do with my scratch journals, what I've done over the past years, is I keep them out by my recliner. And I just use scraps of paper, and I call them scratch journals. I make these little, in fact, this one might be one. See, I got an old key. Did I write in this one? Some of these, thoughts and ideas at the recliner. And let's see what date. Yeah, I do date these, but See if I can find one, a date. And they're just, I scratch notes in here. This might be more of an idea journal, but I should date this stuff. Idea, creating books. Visual ideas from Dee Dee. This is from Dee Dee, when I listen to Dee Dee. And when I'm listening to her and taking notes, I scribble. Let me tell you. I'm looking for a date. Oh, here I wrote down the secret room books. What had attracted, my question was, what attracted my mother to buy or keep the books that she bought to save? What ideas can I gather from them? That's a kind of the question, the what question. I don't see a date on this. Why didn't I date it? But you get an idea of what I've done in here. This looks like a tag. Did I make that? Or I think somebody sent this to me. This is not my, in fact, this entire journal might have been sent to me because I don't do this stuff. And somebody sent this to me. This was not my, but I used it as a scratch journal. So whoever sent this to me, thank you. And that's their key. That's why, well, all the ideas in there are mine. But I have other ones here. This, let's look in this one. See, I was putting my big old fat tassels on when I made this. This I bound because I'm the only one who does this stuff. Or I'm not the only one who doesn't, but I do that frequently. I make my tassels right as I'm binding my journals. I haven't done that for a long time, but this is a little scratch journal. See, I don't even remember doing it. June, here's a paper cluster. Here's a date. This is June of 2022, Sunday. I went with Judy Morgan and her cousin Carol to church. Nice to finally make a skin and bones friend. And she moved away. This is page 2 of 621. While they were checking the air conditioning yesterday, they found a pipe leaking. We called the plumber. He will be out tomorrow afternoon. Brother went fishing. I worked in the garden early a.m. Weeds grow fast. Beans and zucchini are blooming, and the tomatoes. So I scribble. Scribbles from my daily life is what I call these. And I pretty well filled this one out. This is from a bag. You know, you buy those paper bags. And I put a sticker on. I put stickers in here. I didn't fill out that page. Some of these pages I didn't write on yet. And I probably won't. June 29th. I am working about an hour in the mornings in the garden. Today, I weeded corn and healed it. I have about half of the south side where the okra is weeded. Grass wants to reclaim it. We have a terrible problem because where we have our garden used to be lawn. And boy, I'll tell you, that grass keeps popping back up. But why am I going through these? Well, K3N in her week 5, journal page was talking about paper piece. And here's an empty one. I might. See, I make them out of cards. I also have a pen holder here. That once I get a pen in there, let's grab a pen here. I want a writing pen. I'm going to keep this one out because I need another one. That one, the one there, I'm going to finish writing in it, but it's cards. I use cards and scrap papers, and then I just keep these out by my journal. This one happens to be blank, and I don't know. I guess this was my wraparound here. I just do these on the, this is not a very big wraparound. I might have to do differently with the pin. Well, let's take it and put it there. I just threaded it through here. I might get a different strip and put on here. Not very big. I don't have much to tie. Mary, what were you thinking? I'm going to keep this one out. I'm going to keep that one out. Take it out to my recliners. Not all of them are used. How many in here are used? Oh, it's stuck together there. See, I just tie them together with old strips of fabric. And I just keep them by my recliner and I write little notes. This is another blank one. These may be, not all of them are blank though. I was making a bunch of them. I don't remember writing in this one. These may be blank ones. I made a bunch of them to use. No, I wrote in this one. I like when I write. April 12th of 2022. I guess I was really big in doing this. A couple scribbles from my daily life. Wednesday, March 9th. It's snowing. I kept telling brother, snow is coming. It's here. It's snowing. I keep telling my brother it's coming. It's here. I wrote that twice. Make pockets and pen holder. Do the next right thing. That was from somebody quote. Pogo said yesterday that he was outside making the rounds around the house and the crocus and the daffodils are starting to peek out. Spring is coming. March 14th, Monday, a quiet day. This weekend, I was researching fracture. I did a lot of fracture art, or I played with it. Just relaxing today, not much doing. YouVersion, that's a Bible study. Starting a kitchen compost. Boy, then that's full. I've emptied it twice. Have a great day. Happy birthday. Ideas for studio boxes. And I made a whole bunch of those. Old library cards, a county register clippings. I have one of those county registers over here. History, daily paper. Out of the daily paper, we have a history section. I like to pull those. Pictures of my libraries that I went to when I was younger, and then I listed the towns. Book jackets and bookmarks, library materials. So this is all things I could put in an art box. Make kind of a list. So the reason I'm keeping all of this out is I want to photocopy some of these. And this book may be saved out. Let's look at the other two. See what I got going. Looks like I stuck them together somehow, but it's okay. It's all right. Here I put a piece of broken jewelry. Somebody probably sent that to me. And this one I think I wrote into. Scribbles from my daily life. This is obviously around the holidays. Here's a ATC from Aaron Farkas. I think I probably got this from the Defy auction. January 1st of 2022. I rang in the 2020 New Year in all time zones, except for the Australian New Zealand zones. Well, that was first one. Our art group had a New Year's streamathon starting at 4:30 on Friday, December 21st. Clear until Saturday evening on January 1st. I crashed and slept the rest of the night. I woke up early on January 2nd. My Sunday devotions, I spent the rest of the morning sorting and inventorying boxes. I just about have all my inventory done, but then I get new stuff. And this is another Ruby Rose sketchy sketch. See, she's went to the, I think I worked this up into a Ruby Rose page, journal page. Where are the prompts? I wrote the prompts someplace. I think these are. Janet Nash prompts 131:22. The Queen's something or other. The Queen. And I wrote because I was thinking maybe ruby rose crown on Becky's envelope I have. Add an owl, a key, add a pocket, music paper flower, and charcoal pencil. I got some other little notes in here. And then here's my sketch. And I sketched this while Janet's working on her prompts. I need to start doing that again. And here's little Ruby Rose, and she's got a crown on. Here's the kitty sitting on a chair, but the chair is kind of topping over, and there's a little mouse under it, and the owl, because Ruby Rose screams at the mouse. The cat's unconcerned, but the owl, it scared the owl and knocked over the keys, and the chair's falling over, and there's other stuff, art stuff scattered all over the floor. And then I wrote, pretty little Ruby Rose dressed as a royal queen. Darling little Ruby Rose, something flowers in her hair, paper flowers in her hair. Oh my, did she ever scream at the tiny little mouse that ran under her royal chair. Ruby Rose, dressed as a queen. Ruby Rose, with paper flowers in her hair. Ruby Rose, little queen, tiny little mouse, royal chair. So this is just a draft. I'm here. I was drafting out a little poem to go with Ruby Rose. And I think I converted all my little scribble sketches into a journal page. They probably don't make much sense to you, but I do it on the fly, so they're pretty fast notes. Pretty little Ruby Rose, dressed up as a royal queen. Darling little Ruby Rose, paper flowers in her royal hair. Darling little Ruby Rose let out a very royal scream. Pretty little Ruby Rose at the tiny mouse that crept up to her royal chair. And see, I was rewriting. I drafted it there and wrote it there. And a zine idea. Oh, and here I wrote it again. So I was working it out. Very much the same. I'm not going to read it again. Today is 2-2 day. This was 02, so it was 2 of 22 of 2020. 02, 22 of 2022. The second month, the 22nd day, and 2022 was a year. It was on a Thursday. So just little things like that I keep. And here I was thinking about doing, I did all those snow globes. Here we had discussed doing these little glass domes and things we could put in it. Here's another Ruby Rose poem. Little Ruby Rose dressed up in Japanese. What that is about. Planning sketch. Oh, about amaryllis. This was an amaryllis plant that we had. So I like to go back and, boy, it brings back memories. It looked like 2022 was my big year of scribble journals. So I'm going to keep, what was it, this one? I'm going to put this one back in here. And let's see. I don't think I did much in this one. They kind of sticking together. I must have got them wet or something. I don't care. They're scribble journals. They're just scribble. Oh, I did write in this. This was 2021. Probably one of my first ones. Meri created this little journal in her live streams at the Meri Atelier. I'm calling it the online tracker. Looks like I made this one just to track when I streamed. Got some Valentine's stuff here. I didn't really finish writing in it. I didn't even know that I wrote in it. Was this one of my first ones? I think this was one of my first ones because I used this crochet thread that's all not trimmed here. Oh, it's got some pictures of boxes. Doesn't look much different now. All my box stashed. Looking into my studio, I'm doing a reorg, which is still being in progress. Scribbles from my daily life is what I call these. September 2021. I think that's when I think this is my first one that I've worked in. Today is Friday, the end of a week. I'm still working full time. I will be looking for 2 days off. I was doing some full-time work back there then. This morning has been a mental battle. See, I have those mental battles, and I journaled about it. Let's see what I need to find a place of grace for others. I don't think I'm going to read much more of that because it's personal. The mental battle stuff over something that I disagreed with somebody. Writing in this little journal is just plain fun. October 1st, 2021. And then here's one. This before the walkaway movement that happened back then, before that happened, I had wrote this little prayer, and then I started hearing that guy who started the walkaway movement. But I had written this little a little prayer here. Walk away. Sit it at his feet. Walk away. Tell him when you pray. Walk away. Now you're free. Go and live your day. You're free now. Walk away. So it was a little prayer to me to take the things that I was being anxious for something back then. Pray constantly, be anxious for nothing. And then this little prayer says, go set your anxiety and your worries down at his feet. And then, because you've turned him over, you can walk away, go live your day. You're free. And I journaled all about that. Some of that's kind of personal. Let's find something else. Worked on Christmas cards on December 3rd. Wow. I wonder if I got them sent out. I did some grocery shopping for milk. Something else in there. I don't know what that is. I scribble. I watched some Christmas movies. I worked on some inchies, and here I was taking my scraps from my inchies and just taped them in there. Oh, Christmas week. This is all about the Christmas week. I really kind of filled this out. This was a kind of a little deal we did online about the little old gnome project list. Oh, this is a project list. That isn't what I thought it was. Rhyming words. What words rhyme with craft studio? ACS, artist coins, tag, media, art doll, paper, pen. So I was trying to think of words that rhymed with those words. So this is just random thoughts and stuff. This looks like a snow globe list. I don't think I ever finished all of them. I sent some of them off. So I was doing snow globes in January of 22. I got some online stream thoughts here. talking about letter writing there. Here's some Janet Nash stuff. I was watching Janet Nash. Here's where she's, boy, is it scribbly. She's working at an art easel. And boy, I scribbled stuff all over the place here. I think I worked that up into a final page. Ruby Rose, artist so fine, paints her fibs a Valentine. Oh, she's painting a Valentine. Ruby Rose sends thoughts of cheer, those who she holds so to those she holds so dear. This could be worked up into the zine. Might keep that out. Keep that one out. So I like going through these, kind of sharing my, I think these are blank ones. Was this one? I think this is the, I think I'm going to keep that one out. These, well, I wrote in this one, I wrote in that one. Is this one a blank one? This one's a blank one. So I don't have too many blank ones. But I'm going to start doing more of this because I find it's really fun to go back and review. It looks like I started this in 2021. And now I wanted to tell you why I got all of these out. Let's see, where does this go to? This goes to this one. Let me just tie it around. Looks like 2022 was where I did the most of my, 2021, 2022 is where I did the most of these. And a little in 2023, but I kind of set them aside and got involved in something last year. And I'm going to pick it up again with that one blank one that I saved out. But what I'm saving these out for, as I'm getting to it, is that K3N Cocktails on her January week 5 did English paper piecing. And she was showing where they used old letters or book, paper, or whatever. You know, probably whatever they had at hand for the paper. And I'm getting these all twisted up in here. I like to have my tassels out. As a group here. I keep them out by my recliner. But I'm going to make more of these little scribble journals. But I got one blank here, one, and I got one in progress over here. And these two I'm going to use. But what she suggested is if you have handwriting, and I do have handwriting from my mother and my grandmother. I have a photocopy of a letter that I got from my cousins out in Colorado of, it would be my great-grandfather to my grandmother. And he wrote her a letter, or maybe it was his brother. It was her uncle that wrote her the letter. And I learned in there, just one little thing I learned a lot in there, but one of the things I learned was she wanted to be a milliner. She wanted to make pretty hats. And at that time in the 1800s, it was a thing, or late 1800s, early 1900s. And I don't think she ever got to be a milliner. And there's other things to that story, but there's some things in here that I've jotted down that I want to photocopy, and I'm going to use it for the paper piecing on these little, they called them hexes. And I put a link to K3N's, and you'll have to go watch it. But that's what I'm going to use here for I'm going to photocopy some of my entries here. I'm not going to do it right now. Then I'm going to photocopy it, and I'm going to use that colonial type fabric that I was showing you earlier, and I'm going to do my hexes for my week. This is the new one. This is the one I'm working in now. And this is the new one. And these are ones I want to photocopy. And then I found some paper pads here that I thought would be nice for the next one. So, I went off into my world here. I should tie I should get that scrap of fabric out and pull one of those strips out and tie this together. But in lieu of that, these are going to go back out in by my recliner. Let's see, do I have something in here? I think these are paper screw. I might have something I could tie around these. Keep them together. Maybe that. See, I got, this could be a nice art port here. It looks like I got some DMC labels here. This is stitchy stuff. Some threads. Got some paper stuff down in here. All right. Meri's off on her tangent again here. Let's just tie. Will it fit around? Let's keep this one out. So I would encourage you to do something like this. And these are kind of personal. It's for your personal daily note taking, and it doesn't have to be pretty. What makes it pretty is all these extra threads and tassels and you know, things that you put on there, broken jewelry, which I'm going to get to this morning. So these are going away, back away. These are ones that I want to work in. I mean, that I'm going to photocopy some pages of. And this is my current one here. So these are two separate stacks. Scribble journals, what fun they are. And this only covers a couple years from the latter part of 21 through 22, through snippets of 23, and I'm starting in 2024 here toward the back. I'm going to finish this out, 2024. What was my last entry in here? I think I read it. January 23rd. Yesterday, Brother Tom took me shopping. January 24th, ideas for Valentine's zines. So I'll be referring to that. I wrote down my ideas, and I keep getting more. All right, I'm going to set these aside and come out and look at chat. I've been chattering away. Oh, let me set this aside. Yeah, I showed you that. So I think I'm ready to come out and look at chat. Oh, put Penelope here to keep us company. Let me refresh chat here because I'm way behind you guys. What I started, it's almost 6 o'clock, and I started at 4:30, and all I did was chat, no hours. I just talked. Let me go into chat and hit all messages. I said good morning to the early birds, but I didn't say good morning to the rest of you as you come in. I'm setting the quality up here from 480 to 1080. And I see my desk is crooked. All right. Hi, Riri. Good morning, Riri. Becky, Arlene said she needs food. She'll be back in a little while. Raul says February Lunar New Year, Valentine's Day, and Carnival. Anastasia, is she in here? Let's see. Stitch It Pam. Hi, Pam. She says, I got back. I got distracted with my coffee refill. Well, that's okay. It's okay to get distracted. I get distracted all the time right in front of you guys. Arlene says, welcome back. There's Anastasia. Good morning, Anastasia. Or is it morning where you are or afternoon? Oh, she says, that's so cool. I was telling about my grandmother. And so my grandmother's, I think it was her uncle that wrote that letter to her. So he would be my great uncle. I don't think it was a letter from her father. I can't remember if it was a letter from her father or a letter from her uncle, but I got a photocopy of it. And in there, he was advising her on starting a millinery. And she lived in a town that's just about 10 miles east of where I am now. And my grandfather, her husband was a policeman over there. At that time, it was probably later in his life. They called him policeman. He was a policeman in that town, and I often thought that I would love to go over there and maybe research some newspapers around that time and research for his name and see if I could find any more family information about him, because I'm sure it's over there. My mom's parents lived over there when she was a little girl, and she was from a large family, and she was actually not raised with her brothers and sisters. She was raised by her mother's great aunt, or her great aunt, my great great aunt. And but she knew all of her brothers and sisters. You know, they were kind of like an extended family. Her great great aunt, my great great aunt was kind of like extended family, and she took care of one of the kids, and she chose my mother. And I kept telling my mother when I was younger how she was the prettiest one of all the kids, and how fortunate was that she was chosen to, because she was almost an only child. And so she got a lot of things that the other kids didn't get, and she was pampered a little bit more. But I don't think that made her feel any better. You know, she felt kind of rejected, I think. But, you know, all kids go through that. All kids go through the, you know, whatever's going on in their life. And they, poor me's. Well, adults do that too. But Anastasia says, let's see, that's so cool, because of the two men that started a hat store became doing that at that time, and they need women to do the sewing to bring more women into the hat business. It's 6:55 a.m. in Atlanta. So Anastasia is from Georgia. It's 5:59 here now, according to my tablet. Hi, Nikan. Good morning. Riri's here. She dropped a link to Stitch It Pam's channel. Thank you, Riri. Arlene says, hi, Nikan and Anastasia. Anika. Hi, Anika. Got Anastasia and Anika in here. And Stitch It Pam. Anika, it's so good to see you. It is. Leah, hi, Leah. She says, good morning, guys. I want to thank you for your thoughts and prayers. The doctor let me know that he is encouraged by the results of the EKG and the biopsies, and that he took. They came back clear. Well, praise God, Leah. Praise God. Yeah. So that's good news. We're so thankful to hear that. We get you around for a good long time now. Leah, Arlene says, praises and more prayers. Riri says, my family were milliners from the beginning of time. It ended with me. Oh, Riri, you should try to make you a hat. We're making a tatted hat in our online tatting class. Well, they are making one. I'm still working on the first square, but I'm learning so much. And you know, the people that are more advanced tatters, they work through what's a hurdle for me, and they go on and they make all these beautiful projects, and I'm still learning. But I'm learning, and someday I'll be able to actually do one of these very challenging projects. And I was saying to myself, even if I don't get the entire hat made, because it's a tatted hat, it's very pretty. It's all lacy and everything. And the pattern is out of one of the old needlework magazines, the earlier, a 1920 something magazine. I think it's probably copyright free, but I'm not sure. She got permission from somebody to print the pattern. Our instructor did. And but it's written in the language that the tatting designers at that time used. And of course, over time, the online tatting designers have become more consistent in their instructions, and they have more. It's not totally consistent yet, but but we're not me, the class, and specifically our instructor, are rewriting that pattern in more modern terms that people who tat today can identify with. And our instructor was telling how the patterns way back then were more verbose, were more wordy, and now they're more written in abbreviations and tatting symbols and diagrams. And I'm going, go back to the words. Oh, well, maybe not, but I tried to write out, well, and I did write out the first couple pieces of that butterfly that I made. And I need to get back to that, but I don't know when. Um, but I was very verbose because I wanted people to understand what I was doing. But I might need to make a more of a pattern abbreviation like 3DS and, Picasso, the little Picasso symbols and stuff like that. But I was playing around with it, and then I got sidetracked by another project. But talking about a hat, that's probably the closest thing to a hat that I'll get to. We'll see. Riri, you should do a hat. They're saying hello to each other out there. Arlene says, I would love to see a comeback of beautiful hats. One of the reasons I watch the Kentucky Derby is all the ladies wear pretty hats. Yeah, I lived down in Louisville for, a little over a year, and I was there during one of the Kentucky Derbies. I didn't go to the Derby because, well, I didn't want to go by myself, to tell you the truth. But yeah, pretty hats all over the place. And it's in the spring, the Kentucky Derby. And of course, the juleps and I have souvenirs from that day. I lived down there in the 1999-2000 period, in there, 1998, latter part of 1998, 1999, and I was doing year 2K. Year 2K, you prevented the world from crashing. I worked for a credit card processing company down there, and we had to do all these year 2K applications, update all the computer programs to convert the date routines so they wouldn't crash. So 04 could mean 1904, it could mean 2004. Oh. Thank you, Arlene, for dropping a link to the online tatting class. That's going to happen today. They changed it this year. Their classes are on Tuesday only, but there's one in the afternoon and one in the evening. So I stream in the morning, and then I usually take a nap after I stream because I was up at 3:30 this morning. And by the time I get done streaming at 9, I've had a half day. And I need a nap. And then our class for me starts at 2 o'clock. In Eastern time, it's 3 o'clock, but for me, it's 2 o'clock. And that goes for an hour or so. And then I have a break. And then the other class starts at 7 o'clock. So, and that's the same way it is on Thursday. So my Tuesdays and Thursdays are pretty packed full. Yesterday, I was gone all day. In fact, I kind of chuckled. My brother, he was getting worried about me because I couldn't get I left the house around 10:30 and in the morning, and I drove to town. I got there around 11, and I went and went to the car place first, where I take my car to get it serviced. And I asked, you can just drive in. And I said, can I get my car in today? And he said, well, you can, but not until 4 o'clock. So, I don't know what happened to my time. I went shopping. I was at the quilt store. I probably spent a good hour and a half at the quilt store because they were busy. There were ladies in there buying bolts of fabric for their quilts. There were 2 ladies. Well, there were actually 3. And there's only you know, a couple clerks in there, and one has to watch the register and the other one's cutting fabric. And she was busy the whole time. And so I shopped probably more than I should have, but I was there for almost a good hour and a half. So that took me to noon, and then I went to Goodwill. And, you know, I had time to kill until 4 o'clock. I went to Goodwill, and where else? I went someplace else. And by the time it was 3 o'clock, a little before 3, I went to, we got a local restaurant here called Runza, and they make these, I didn't eat it because it's got hamburger in it, and I'm trying not to eat red meat. I haven't eaten red meat since October, but I broke my record. Well, my brother wanted to go to Freddy's, which is a hamburger place, and they only serve hamburgers. So I had a hamburger, but, you know, once in 4 months isn't going to kill me. But I skipped the Runza. They have kind of Runza cabbage in a hot bread, kind of a hand pie type thing. But I like their onion rings. So when I go there, I get onion rings which is probably bad in itself because they're fried, but I like them. And I don't get them all the time. I don't eat them every day. So it isn't going to kill you, but I kind of slacked on my diet. I got a bit back. I'm being good today. And so it was about 3, a little after 3. And so I still had an hour, and I forgot that I told my brother that we got a butcher shop up there. It's called Custom Pack, and he likes to buy his meat there. And he got a gift certificate from his son, and he wanted meat to make some beef jerky. And while I was at the Runza place around 3 o'clock, I checked, and they were only open until 5:30. And I'm going, well, if I take my car in at 4, I don't know if I'll get over there by 5:30. So I drove clear across town again to get his meat for him. And you buy it frozen, so it didn't thaw out. It was okay they worked on my car. And then after that, they weren't done till, around a little after 5. And I wanted to go to the hardware store because I wanted utility blades, which I got for my craft knife that I use here to open packages. I need new blades. So I bought some of those, and I got some Krylon paint pens, those gold ones I like to use. And I just shopped around. And then this was after my car was done. And then I had to go to Walmart because my brother wanted oranges, and he wanted Jimmy Dean sausages. And so I had to go there. And then after that, I had to go pick up those Greg Rider magazines that I bought on the Facebook Marketplace. And when I got out of Walmart, it was dark outside. And I didn't get home till around 7:30. And my brother was worried about me. And I'm kind of chuckled. He had called, or she had called him, I think. This is a long story. It's my brother's significant other's son's ex-wife. But my brother really likes her, and she's been very good to him. And he was worried about me, and I walked in, and he said, well, she's home now. And I think he was ready to say, there's something wrong here. Mary's usually home before dark. But, I just explained that I had a full day. I was trying to get things done. But I kind of chuckled that he was worried about me. Well, my front tire on my car was low, so he probably thought I was having, a flat tire someplace along the way. But they aired it up for me and tried to sell me a set of 4 brand new ones for an excessive amount of money. And I said, well, I'll think about it. So, and I got an oil change, and they checked all the fluids and all of that. But it was a long day, and I'm having a long day today. Tomorrow I get a weekend. All right, let's go back and see what's going on here. I told you all my news. Leah, there's a replay link for the classes on the website, linked above. What are we talking about? Leah says, I could not keep up with the tatting class. I still watch and try to learn. Yeah, there is all their classes, Leah, is all their classes are recorded on YouTube, and they're all out there. And if you can't get into it, well, I think they're pretty good. She StreamYards, and I guess if I get in, they send us a class link. So I don't know. I think they have to release it from StreamYard, but I think Tammy's pretty good about that. I don't know about people who don't attend the class, if they can still, I think they can still see the videos, especially the older ones, but you may not be able to see today's right after today. I'm not sure. I just don't know how all of that works. But the thing it is, there are a lot of advanced tatters in our group. And Leah, they're way above my level, but I just pick things that I need to learn. Like my next step is I need to watch the video for the split chain. There's a split ring, but there's also, and I understand how to do that, but there's also a split chain. And I need to watch the video because it shows you the split chain is, as our instructor described it, is a way to advance from one row to the next row above it. When you go to do the next row above, it's a way to get from this row to this row without having to cut and tie. But there are tatters who say, heck with that, I'm going to cut and tie. Cut and tie means you cut your tatting threads and then hide them in there and start a new row from someplace on your piece. But I want to learn how to do it. Penelope, are you eating that needle? She is. Look, she's eating that needle. You don't eat needles. They're bad for your innards. They're bad for your gut. That's a big, thick one, too. And it was way down in there. Penelope. The sweater is pretty. This is oh, thank you. It's a thrift store thing. It's warm. And the collar, if you could see the collar, I'm not going to show you the collar because I've got bed hair. The collar is a high collar, and it's kind of a rolled collar, and it gets rolled, R-O-L-L-E-D, and it gets really hot because I'm sitting right above the furnace, and I'm always pulling at this collar. I'm tempted just to snip the collar off and maybe put a tatted collar on this. That would be, now I'm getting an idea. Maybe I'll tat a collar for this sweater. But this sweater gets pretty warm in here. And it got up into the 50s here yesterday. And it's going to get up into the 50s today. And I think the high 40s on Thursday. And I want to remind you guys, I am not streaming Thursday morning. My brother has a doctor appointment. So we'll be, and it's an early one. So, and we have to drive to Lincoln for it. And that's an hour and a half drive. So, yeah. No stream on Thursday morning, but I'll try to stream. If I don't stream Friday morning, I'll post. I don't know how tired I'll be after all the running around I've done all week. But I wanted to give you an upfront. There will be no Thursday morning stream. Riri, I got to leave, Arlene says. For the first time in years. I got to leave for the first time in years. I had to go to the doctor. Only gone 4 hours, but it wore me out. Arlene said, that's a lot of running around just hearing about it. It was. I came home tired yesterday, and then I had to unload my car, and there's still snow out in the yard, and where my brother used the snow blower, it of course is on the ground, not on the cement, but between our house and the garage is ground. And you know, you walk that path where he snow blowed and it's all muddy. And my car, it needed to be parked out on the street because he didn't snow blow my parking spot, and he parks his car in the garage. Well, I had to unload my car, which meant I had to walk from the garage several times into the house to bring everything in, my Goodwill haul and all the groceries and stuff like that. So it was 3 or 4 trips in the mud between the house and the garage. And this was after I got home, and I was already tired. And then, because I parked my car on the little cement block in front of the garage, I couldn't leave it there overnight because he's got to get his car out to go get the mail today. So I had to go one last trip out there to move my car from the garage around the block to the street, and then walk from the street. And you can't just walk up to the door because our town, here's our house, and we're on the corner, and our town does not require us to do the sidewalks. So my brother doesn't snow blow the sidewalks. Most of our neighbors don't snow blow their sidewalks either. People who walk use the street. And, but I parked my car out here. The back door is over here on the other side of the house. There's all snow up in here because that's not cleared off. So I had to walk a half a block to the alley, walk around, not a half block, maybe not even a 4th block to the garage. And it's all snowy and muddy, and I have to be careful that I don't slip on any ice. And I was balancing myself, had to walk around the house to the back door. And it was dark out, and I was using my phone flashlight to find my way. And I was tired when I got in. It's a good thing I didn't fall and break a hip or something. This is pretty paper. Yes. Arlene Rest, Kimberly. Hi, Kimberly. Did I say good morning to you? Riri's here. Brenda's here. Brenda says the dogs have been walked, the husband shooed out the door, and coffee made. And I'm sitting down again. Well, I got up at 3:30. I made coffee. What did I do? I did something. Oh, I have my devotions in the morning, and, kind of put on clean clothes, although I didn't get my hair combed out. So by the time I get all that done and get everything out to show you, it's 4:30. Arlene says she'll sleep Thursday morning. Yeah, you can sleep in Thursday morning. Arlene says musical cars. Yeah. Well, in the summertime, see, my car was parked out here before all the snow. Here's the back door. I had parked my car out by the back door because it's so convenient to unload my car. And my brother will do that too in the summer. Well, I had done that before it snowed. And we got our first, well, not our first snow. Our first big snow happened on Christmas Day. It wasn't the first snow, but it was the first big snow. Well, my car got snowed in. And my brother snow blowed a path from the back door to the garage, which is over here, Penelope's garage today. And he snow blowed that path there. Well, it gets muddy because, he goes out to the garage every day and backs his car out of the garage. He doesn't have to scrape ice or anything. And, but my car was still stuck in the snow over here. And he got it out for me. Because I told him when we go to Lincoln, I want to drive. And so I took it in yesterday to get it all checked over and everything. Arlene says, the only sidewalk here is the one to my porch. And it doesn't get shoveled because I can't do it and the neighbors don't help each other. Well, I don't think our neighbors help each other either. But our town does not have an ordinance or a rule or anything where you have to clear the sidewalks. In fact, it's really frustrating because here's the street, here's the alley. This is the back door. Our house sits over here and there's a corner there. This is the walnut tree here. Our garden's over here. And there's the alley and here's the garage. And I lost my train of thought after I showed you the map of everything. I don't know what I was going to tell you. I guess it wasn't important. Oh, Becky's got an appointment this morning. Good morning, Becky. It's good to see you. Thanks for popping in and saying good morning to us. Yes, get your rest, Arlene. Anastasia says, yes, please get your rest. Brenda says, I was worn out. My son usually does mom's running. His apartment complex is on a hill, and he was snowed in for 10 days. Someone in that time siphoned the gas out of his truck and took the cap. Oh, no. I keep a lock on my car, and mainly because I lived in Madison. I lived in Madison when I got, I lived in Madison when I got that car. So I still have the lock on. I probably don't need a lock on my gas cap, but in Madison, I just didn't trust people. So I got it, and I still have it. And every time I get gas, I have to wrestle with the gas cap trying to get it unlocked, but I do it. Becky's got a doctor appointment, or an appointment. She says she didn't say it was a doctor appointment. Becky, your bag is so pretty, so creative. Becky made another bag, and I want to call it a rice bag, out of her painted fabric. And Becky, that fabric, I was just going to use the narrow side, the bottom of the narrow side, to do my book cover. But I was watching K3N Cloth Tales yesterday, and her stitch journal, she's got a wraparound. So I think I'm going to take that fabric and turn it sideways the long way and make me a wraparound stitch journal. And I was showing the fabric. I've got it out. No, I put it back behind my chair. K3N put up her video yesterday for week 5. I don't know when I'm going to get to it, but I picked out the fabric for it. She's doing English paper piecing. And Becky, I know you have done paper piecing videos in the past. And I don't think I paper pieced with Becky. I know she's done them, but I wasn't quite ready to. But that's why I went through all my little scribble journals. English paper piecing, she was showing where they use scraps of paper from letters and personal stuff, and my scribble journals I'm going to photocopy. And she said at that time they kept the papers in that time period that she was talking about. She gave some reference books of they used like personal letters and everything. So I'm going to use little photocopied notes out of my scratch journals, my scribble journals. What time is it? Let's see. I was going to make another scribble journal. I got one empty one, but I thought it might be fun. Let me reach down into this drawer, which might be a trick, and see what kind of papers I have here. Look, I got a Somerset Studio. Looks like I started a journal page here and never finished it. Oh, look, there's a Becky card. This was probably a Happy Mail journal. When is it? Is that card dated? I'm sure that's a Becky card. It's an interlocking one. Becky does beautiful. No, this is from Charlene. It looked like a Becky card. This is from Charlene. And she watches replays mostly. She doesn't really come in to chat, but I see her on Facebook a lot. It's an interlocking card. So this is a couple years old. She sent me some needlework magazines. But these are cards. Did I get this one, or is this an extra one? This is a blank card I put in here. This could go in my scribble journal. And these, I think I made this one, because I remember that. This is something I made, and I put it in this way. This is just this is a postcard from me to me. The beauty of fall, foliage goes well beyond blooms. June 15th of 2022. And this was a postcard from somebody. these little bands do not hold very good for me. I need to do other things with them. What's on the back here? This, I think this came from Janet Nash. Yeah, this is an envelope from Janet Nash here. And the card is from Nina. The birthday card from Nina. Here's a zine, a bee zine. I think this might have came from Tanya. It's not signed. Oh, it is here. Oh, Mina made this. I think that's Mina. Mina, I'm so sorry. It's got an MP there, 2022. I think Mina sent this to me. It's a bee zine. And I put it in here. The card is from Nina behind here. The top part is from Janet, and then there's a birthday card. I think this is all from Nina. And what's this? That's just a decorative element. So I was playing with, I don't know. I was going to get into this drawer down here and see if I could make another. Oh, I'm just chattering this morning. I'm in a chatty mood. Look, here's an old Society of Idea Collector journal. You want to get chatty? This was started on January of 2021. January of 20, and it went through 2022, year 2022 here. But this is one of my old Society of Idea Collectors. How fun. Some of the lists I made with Dee Dee. I think I showed this before, not too long ago. Do any 3 pieces in the next 2 weeks. This Dee Dee read all these prompts off. Practice flourishes. Do my name. Do a happy mail. Read from the calligraphy book. These are different goals I wanted to do. Write my channel name in calligraphy. Here we were playing with stamps. This was Dee Dee inspired. That's a list. A lot of lists. Yeah, I think I showed this not too long ago. It's just sitting at the foot of my chair here. This was a mosaic inspired by Roman, tile work. And I put a lady on the inside of it. I'm missing a tile up there. There's a collage from punch paper and magazine. I like to get this stuff out. I did a stencil of that. Fall in Phibbsville. That was one of our group lists. Here's a little doggy that we did. Phibbsville Fall List Sketch number 29. A dog with a sweater on. He's a detective dog sniffing out Phibbsville criminals. His name is Sherlock. So Sherlock and Bandit, our little black kitty, could be friends. And I got my reference photo from unsplash.com, and I am so disappointed in Unsplash. Let me go out and look at it. I think it's a paid site now. I want to look at it again because we used to be able to get, history. Let's get rid of that. Buy, sell car reviews. I don't need that. Oh, I was reading this article. I think it popped up on Facebook or X, and this is a link to it. They think they found Amelia Earhart's plane. And the theory was that she crossed the international date line and her navigator forgot to adjust the date. And that somehow affected when she crashed. That they think they found her plane. I thought that was very interesting. I want to go, I want to look at And, oh, now I'm not seeing, when I went into, I must have got into something else because this is not paid. These are free. But I looked at it the other day and I was going to unsplash.com and they wanted you to pay a subscription fee. And I said, I'm not going to do it. Let's see. Let's go look at dogs. Good. I was giving them heck. Maybe I got into iStock or something. So, oh, yay. Because I can do dogs again. I can do pictures again from Unsplash. I'm very happy that my head's straightened out on that now. My head gets mixed up an awful lot. You guys know that. But I wanted to take the time and go review that. Why I kept this out is on the back of my alphabet that I'm doing words. And here's where I started working out the words that I want to sketch. Got A, B, C, D, E, F, G through L. And I should have some more in here. This is a story I was writing. Oh, here's some more words here. But I thought I drew some more out. Yeah, I did over here. So that's why I have this out close at hand, because I want to do more art words on the back of those stamps. But I'm getting to, now hold on. I want to get into my drawer, but I got all sorts of books in front of it because that's my bookshelf. What's in here? We'll pull all my books out. There's a composition book. What's in here? What do I have? I got a paintbrush. Looks like a piece of painter's tape. Stuff falls off my desk like this. I was probably looking for that brush. I'll put it up over there. I don't think I've used this one. This is a blank one. No, what else do I have down here? I'm exploring my floor. You can explore with me. What do I have down here? I've got a pencil set. Stuff falls off my desk, and I don't always get it because books pile on top of it, and I don't always get it cleaned up. Here's some embroidery floss. That's the nylon. This is the metallic nylon, rayon metallic stuff. That's hard to stitch with. Let me reach down in here. I got all sorts of stuff. I got a magazine that I was cutting from. These I use as glue bases. And cleaning off my floor in front of you guys. Another paintbrush, fabric scrap, some buttons. Little stuff. I knock it off with my hands, and then my books lean back over on them. Hold it. Let's see what I have here. I got a gardening book that I started and a ledger. I showed those just recently. I got another composition book here. Have I written in this one? This is a map of my inventory boxes stuff, where I put them. I've got a sticker book. I'm moving all these out. They're all in front of my drawer here that I want to get into. Got an empty envelope. Got a transparent art journal page. I got an old journal that I made. I got an Elizabeth Hubbard scrapbook and a novel I wanted to tear up. All I do is just clean up my room in here, because I got all sorts of scraps on the floor. Scrap fabrics here need to be picked up. A transparent piece. Looks like I was working with fabric one day and really knocked stuff off on the floor. Here's a postcard from me to me. What's this? This is why I can't find stuff. This book is awesome. I'll show that to you. Hold on, let me pick up stuff here. Boy, it's a mess down here. I didn't realize there was so much stuff down here. On the pencils fall off my desk. You guys are watching me sort and clean today. My little yogurt box of pencil holder is full. Here's another paintbrush that fell off. Fabric scraps. Gosh, it's a mess down here. Here's another. This is my Nancy Drew book. I didn't realize I had so much stuff down here. Here's a die cut, a Crayola, piece out of one of those county registers. Well, I'm not going to get everything up because it's too small to fool with. I'll put all the little scraps in a baggie. Here's some red beads. Some of these can go in the trash now. Let me grab a handful here. I don't want to throw anything away that... Little pieces like that. All right. I got enough sorted out that I can pull my drawer open. And why am I doing that? Because I want to get to the scribble journal stuff. Which I saved all these for scribble journals. And I want to make a scribble journal. So let's pull them out here. And I'll set those aside and then I'll put all the books back again. Hold on. Boxes of stationery and cards. What's that? That's a paint chips. Some paint chips. I don't know. Somebody must have sent these to me because they're all poked and there's a tie through them. I didn't do that. I'm going through a drawer now, pulling out notes. All right, now, I want to save this out because I want to show you stuff on that. And all of these little bits and bobs I'm going to tuck into this bag here. Little fabric and paper scraps. Postcard, I think I'll keep that out and put it in a journal. I should do something with all these scrappy scraps. I will eventually. I'll get inspired, but not today. That's an old leaf that's crumbled away in my hand. And throw it in the trash. Well, let's see. Let's get these back on the floor over here. Sticker book, a journal page. Someplace I got all my transparent journal pages and I never really put them together in a journal. I need to do these, and I keep these right at the foot because I use them as glue bases for glue booking. Look, there's a book. I think I saved that. Not sure where I got that, if that was from my mom's. I want to get this stuff back off on my desk so I can work. And I just kind of have them lined up here at the side of my chair because I reach for this stuff an awful lot. Well, I haven't for a while, but let me get this stuff off my desk. I worked out of this holiday magazine for Christmas and my art studio magazine. And the sticker books. Let me put these down here. And then I got all of these. I want to make some scribble journals. All right, are you ready? I'll be picking out of this stuff here. These are what I was after. I make scribble journals. I got a couple blank ones. I really don't need to make one, but I want to make one. Or at least put it together for one. I won't bind it this morning. I could tear up a book and put some book text in there. I don't know if I want to do that one though. That's dated 1917. I'm not sure I want to tear that up. yet. Let me organize this down here, or they're gonna give me trouble. Don't give me trouble in River City. Got 3 sticker books out, some Bristol paper. All right, hold on, Mary's getting there. This is what happens when I stream. I get sidetracked. All right. Oh, we still have this. I should put that in a journal. All right. I should put all these cards in one of those boxes that I got at the Goodwill yesterday. Pencils, buttons. I was looking for these drawing pencils. They're just drawing ones. They're Derwent. If I can get the tin open. I probably knocked them off of my desk while I was working one day and said, "What fell?" I'll keep those out. This card goes there. There's buttons. A little scrap stuff here. These paint chips. I need to get that box out. All right. I need to put all of this in one of those boxes is what I need to do. But what I want to do is I combine cards with paper notes to make my scribble journals. So let's start with the note. And I pick up free pads like this. This is a veterans one. I'm proud to be an American. Or at least I know I'm free. That song. And here's some note cards. Let's see what's in here. Some elastic. I think this is all elastic in here. I was saving. No, there's some notes. Furnace people. I should take that out. My brother likes these notepads. I'll give it to him. McElroy service. Buckle Up, Nebraska. And notepad. Here's an old tape dispenser thing. I think that's not mine. That probably came from my brother's significant other. Okay, there's nothing in there I want. See, this desk belonged to her previously. Let me just put this down over on the side of my desk here. Boy, my cord is buried. All right, I want those. I'm going for notepads. Notepads. Here's a score pad. See, I turn it like that. Probably use that one. Here's another bridge score pad. I picked these up at the thrift store. They're good to write notes on, the bridge pads. And I think I'm getting more into cards here and envelopes. There's a notepad. Scribble journals. That's what this is all for. Scribbles. Envelope. It's a pretty card. That's a pretty card. There's an Easter card. This looked like a journal page I was making. I think I could make I'll keep that out. And I think we're back into envelopes. And get well cards and envelopes. See if I got any more notepads. So I just kind of keep this stuff for my own scribble journals. Why I keep it. So the envelopes, are these all envelopes? Maybe we'll keep one. It looks like that's some note paper there. Some copy paper. Give a gift. All right. Just a note. Here's some paper. Another paper. Okay. So all of this, I'm going to pull that small box. What did I do with it? I'm not going to put this back in the drawer. I'm going to put all of this in here. I'm going to keep out my notepads and some of the cards. I'm going to keep this out. And I'm going to keep some cards, some notepads, card. Paintbrushes, crayons, picked off of the floor. I knock them off with my sleeve while I'm working, and I don't get them all picked up. But now I'm finding them. I'll just throw in my... If I take that scissors out of here, I could probably get more pencils in. Scissors go over in the other one. All right. This I'm going to give to my brother. A little scrap fabric. Pen. A shepherd's hook. I think I made that. All right. So now I'm going to sort through here. I'm going to keep this box close by. I'm going to pick out what I want to make for a scribble. I might make a couple of them here. I'm not going to use all of this, but this was a bridge. See, and I folded it, and I was going to use it as a... Let's pull the price tag off if I can. Probably why I didn't use it. Could just put a sticker over it. I don't know why they do this. They make it so hard on us. Well, I got the tape off. Now to get the label off. They tape the label down. They should know. Well, they tape it down because labels tend to fall off, and then people say, you didn't price this. So they tape the price tag on, and that's what happens when you pull it off. So we're going to use that because it's got a pretty bird on it. And happy anniversary. I don't need that one. Let's see, I thought I had some larger paper on in here. This. A nice piece of cardboard. All right, so we're going to take some paper here, fold it in half. I just use scrap paper. We'll take some yellow paper here. Oops. Well, I guess that tore okay. Really, this could be coming off here. It prevents it from tearing good. It's glued down. I want a couple more sheets. I think there's only a couple left on here. Well, there's a good amount. Let's take another one of these. All right, I'm going to set these aside here. Bridge pads. The cover's pretty, but they put these silly stickers on there. I wish they wouldn't do that. I wish they could have put it on the back. Why did they have to put it right on that house? I should go there and complain. Don't you realize that we don't want the sticker right on the front cover? We want it on the back. I say, it's only 50 cents though. And I should sit there and pull the price tag off right at the cash register. That would maybe change their ways. They say, well, there's a long line behind me, but I got to get this off right in front of the clerk. He said, move aside, lady. Move aside. Let somebody else in. Well, if you wouldn't put the sticker right on the house that I want, we wouldn't have this long wait. Mary's causing trouble. look, it originally cost $3.25 at this store liquidated. Allen's. It's no longer in business. Well, the grocery store and the liquor store is still open, but the office and the department store closed down. They had a nice store. They kind of charged a little bit more, $3 for a bridge pad, but I only paid 50 cents for it, so I'm not going to complain. Well, not too much anyway. All right. Got some of that. That's cardboard. Let's put these on the bottom here. I'll get well card. I was going to use this. Throw that away. We'll use that as a card. We'll use this as a card. I'm multitasking, throwing trash sack with one hand. And some more. These are notes. These are hello notes. These are kind of cool. I'll put some of these. This is our life. I love my grandpa. A few of my favorite things. I wish for you. Hello. I remember that time when we'd go together like blank and blank. Take note. A few of my favorite things. I think I had that one. Good day, love list. Wait, was that graph paper I saw? Yeah. Did you know how much I love you? No. I don't really need that one today. Here's the story. I'll take that one. All right, we'll take out of there. This is my, I got off the internet. They're scrap papers, but it's kind of romantic stuff. Let's take the B. Let's take a couple out of here. And a card. I was putting the cards. It's another score pad. Oh, I guess I was putting the cards up here too. No, these are all notepads. It's all note paper. The get well card. These I don't need. Just a note. I kind of like that for a cover. Here's a veteran's poem. And a pretty envelope. I think I'll use that. That's that blank paper. A card. And then this is that journal page that I made. I might save that for my journaling for this month. It's a note card, pretty card, and some more bridge notes. Okay, all of this is going back in the box right here. And instead of digging through the drawer, hopefully I'll find this box again. Glad I bought it yesterday. All right, now I'm going to make my scribble journal, or two, out of what I pulled. See, that almost fell on the floor, my pencils. There's no room for them. Even in this little, I bought a little narrow cart. No room for them. I got everything piled up. Oh, here's all the cards. We didn't go through these, so we don't need all of this. These cards go back in that box. Might save that one out. Thank you card. You guys are just listening to me chatter while I'm doing this. Some envelopes. Get well soon. Life is short. Break the rules. Forgive quickly. Love truly. Laugh uncontrollably. Never regret anything that made you smile. It's another contract score pad. Looks like I started a journal here. Well, let's keep that out. We'll put these back in the box. Happy birthday. Looks like this was one I started too. Another one. From your friends at Colonial Penn. I was getting their insurance ads for a while. That's a Christmas card. That's all going back. Envelopes are going back. I filled that box. I have to find a place for it. It's not going to happen today. All right. I think this will make a nice cover for one, maybe. And what was I thinking for the cover for the other one? This smaller one, just a note. So I make them different sizes. I don't know if I want, that's kind of narrow. And these are going to be papers that I ripped out. It's a pretty card. That's paper, paper. That would make a pretty one, but it'd have to be upside down. It'd have to be on the back. Could do it like that. Let's see, paper, paper, paper. Veterans paper. These are all papers that I said. This I should probably put back because there's a card that goes with it. Paper, no. Kind of getting myself organized here so that I want to figure out what my covers are. I think I'm going to make a cover out of this card and probably that. No, I'm not sure. I need another larger card. I don't know if I have another one down in there or not. Close the drawer up. I want to reach in my drawer again. Got that holiday magazine. Hold on, let me pull the first couple magazines off. Get back into my drawer, see if I have a large card. Oh, I do. You're a special friend. Oh, put those over there. What's that, a book? I have a book in there. A buyer's guide book. Some washi tape. A Garfield card, tablet of paper. This all needs to be cleaned out. Needs to all be cleaned out. Not all of this is mine. Some thinking of you cards. It's a Valentine to my brother. Garfield. A buyer's guide. Garfield. Some thank you cards. Checkbook box. There's some washi tape in there that fell out of the set. Just pull all that washi tape. I think I bought some at Keisha's sale. Or this might have fallen out of a Tim Holtz piece. Garfield tablet paper. I'm not into Garfield, but she was. The yellow envelope, that would make some envelopes. I'm about down to the bottom, you guys. I'm not quitting until I'm going to put all these envelopes and straight cards, thank you cards, in that box. What's this? Marlene's report cards and birth certificate. She's passed away. I don't know if I want to go through that here. An old calculator. I'm digging through a desk drawer here and a checkbook. All right. Let's see. Let me put those thank you cards in the box. This is going back in the drawer. I'm going to have to review that with my brother. Here's some more washi tape. I should put those washi tapes in these boxes. All right. Buyer's Guidebook. Text pages. I'm going to keep that out and tear it up. Garfield paper. Valentine to my brother. It's kind of pretty on the back. He won't remember. It's a doily. Maybe I'll use it for my zine. So these go back. The drawer's empty now. I can put stuff in there, but I have to put stuff in there that I don't get to very often because I have to move all the books out of the way. Let's start by putting this washi tape. I'm sure this, I got it at Keisha's. See, here it says Meri Art. I bought a bag of, and I probably got this at the auction too. I was keeping these out because I like to, I'm going to try to get these labels off, and I was making little, you hang them and you put little paper dolls in there, little Tim Holtz paper dolls, and make little, what do they call them? Little dioramas. So I don't throw these away. I don't get them very often. Let's see, it has Meri on it. I got this at Keisha's sale. That's why it's all loose. Let's put it in a checkbook box here. Maybe I could take some of that washi tape I got in the top drawer and put down below, but I don't get into that below desk very often. We're going to take it out of the bag and should probably start using it. I'm going to throw this away. Keisha, throwing it away. A bag. I'm actually throwing something away. And that's the way the box is. So I've got some. I might use some of this in my scratch journal. I'm going to make scratch journals. What time is it? 7:04. I want to get this done because I do want to break up some broken jewelry this morning. Let's see how much of this washi tape I can get in here. In odd rows. I need a stopper is what I need. Instead of my finger that wants to roll. I should put it like this. This one goes the other way. But something, but first coffee, I think it says. But first coffee. Put it like that. And that's empty. And this is some more Tim Holtz washi tape. Washi tape. I should go through all of these and get them started. And then there's some in here. There. Now I might use some of these yet this morning. These I'm going to get some Goo Gone. I'll write that on my list. Get some Goo Gone and see if I can't take those labels off. It'd be nice if they made them peel off instead of sticking so much, but then they'd probably charge us more for the privilege. You mean you're buying these for the containers? Well, then we'll charge you for them. So I got some empty stuff here. Now those could go back in that bottom drawer because they're empty. For now, I'm going to put them in there. I have to move my stuff to get in there. Hold on. Hold the phone. Let me just open it a bit. And maybe I'll make that my empty container drawer. If I want empty containers, I'll go in that drawer. I got some empty tea boxes that could be put in there sitting up above, but I'm not going to pull them out. Back to the scratch journals. And this, I'm going to keep at hand. Woo! All right, let me come out and look at chat. Oh, what am I going to do with this calculator? See pamphlet inside. This is not mine, but it's a nice calculator. It probably needs batteries. What kind of a battery does it take? 4 little ones. We probably got those around. I don't think I'll throw this away. I think I'll put it back in the drawer. We might need a calculator someday. I use my phone. My phone is a computer, a camera, an online streamer, a calculator, a note taker, a sketcher. That's what the phones have developed into. It's just an all-around tool. But I don't feel like throwing that away. Boy, do I need to organize. Hold on. My life is one big organization task. I tell you, if a professional organizer came in here, they'd say, separate this into 3 extra piles. Well, there's a journal charm. Separate this into a junk pile, a giveaway, a junk pile to donate, and a junk pile to trash. And I'm saying, they all go in one pile. Don't you know? Oh, that went with that calculator. Now, let me just slip it in the drawer. I've got an empty container drawer down there now. I took all those cards out. Now, let me come out and chat. Whew! That was a task. I got 3 piles here. Papers, and big papers. Some of this I'm not going to use. This will be papers that I use, and cards. I was looking for a bigger card. I might do a smaller journal with. I like that thinking of you. Got a your special friend one. All right, hold on. Let me come out and chat. Let me refresh my chat. I get all off. I get into my tangents here, and I forget you guys are out there. I forget you're actually watching me do all this. Hi, Dee Dee. Brenda, books are friends. Dee Dee, we're going to Lincoln Thursday, which means I get to go to a bookstore. And you know, Thursday's February 1st. Now, I don't think we have a Books A Million. I don't know. Barnes & Noble, I don't know if they put their calendars on sale. But look, I got a $20 gift from somebody online. I forget who sent me this $20. I'm going to the bookstore. I want to get, don't tell my brother I want some calendars. I wanted to get some boxes. And he said, you got enough boxes. And he said, what are you buying calendars for? Because they're half price. Dee Dee says, whoop, whoop, bookstore. You know, we don't have a good bookstore around here. You know, it's so sad. We used to have one and they went out of business. We used to have 2. We used to have a Christian bookstore. I like to shop there, but now it's a vape shop. How crazy is that? I drive by that and go, put the bookstore back. It's good to see you, Dee Dee. I was gone all day yesterday, Dee Dee. You don't want to hear me go into all of that again. Only Books A Million does $3 as far as I know. Yeah, I won't buy any. I might be able to find some 1923 ones. What did I? Oh, I almost picked up at the Goodwill. It was a box calendar of birds, but it wasn't the flip top one. I like to do the flip top ones, and but it was 2023. It was last year, so I put it back. I said, I'm going to wait until I get me a 20, even if I have to pay for it. But it's February already. I could finish out. I got it right here behind me. I'm not going to work on it, but I'm working in this one, putting scraps in. I've got some scraps over here to put in. And I could finish out January because this is the 29th. But I got almost all of January done. I have a few pages in the center. But I want to do my I have these pages to do. I will not be streaming Thursday morning, as if anybody comes in and didn't hear. But maybe I'll just finish this calendar out for this year. This is just, it's not, doesn't have a year on it. It just have quotes. And it has the day. It doesn't have, it's not a yearly calendar. And I kind of like that. But I worked in this last year, and I could just finish this one out. See, I stopped in, where's my last page? Well, the one I'm at here. My last one is June the 15th, 16th. I think June 16th was my last page. So as I go through February, I can finish out January. February it has a few things in it, but see, I could do all February and March. I really don't need another one of these. But this is all scraps, table scrap stuff. These are fun to do, and by the time you get it done, it's like that. I've got one is sitting over on my buffet. And what do you do with these things? Well, you haven't thrown away your scraps yet. These are just fun to do. They're a fun place to put things you just can't throw away yet. So I'm not going to work in it this morning. I'm going to put it back over here. I want to get these put. They're not going to bind them this morning. I just want to put together a couple of I call these scribble journals. Earlier I was showing you guys, I'm not going to get them out again because I'll get sidetracked further. I was showing my scribble journals from mostly 22, a little bit of 23, a little bit of 21. So I want to get back into, and scribble journals, I call them scribbles from my daily life. And they're just little notes, like we went shopping today, or my Thursdays will be brother and I went to Lincoln, or something like that. All right, this could be a cover. You're a special friend. And these are just old cards. Oh, there's two of them here. There's a Christmas. Friendship picked us out one day. And it's got a little die cut of a card. This is Christmas. I don't think I'm going to use that. I'm going to put it back in the box. I don't want Christmas. I'm done with Christmas. Well, I'm not done, but I'm done. And it got some Garfield notes. I'm not crazy about Garfield, but here he is. Let's just fold him in half. Go for it, it says. Go for it! So we'll make a little journal this size. We'll use this as a cover. Put it over here. And then I got some, I think I'm going to use this Valentine. I'm sure my brother's significant other may need this. I could use that in February. This is just cardboard and envelope. Here's some more Garfield paper. I'll use them up, get them used up, the go for it stuff. Go for it! Use up all this stash before you buy more. I did a thrift haul. I showed all those little scraps of fabric I'm going to use in my slow stitching. I paid $4 for that bag, and I wasn't sure that was a wise thing to do, but I looked through it this morning and going, oh, it's not that bad. I think I could live with $4 for that. And then I bought 3 boxes, flip-top boxes and a shoe box. And I bought this hook rack at Goodwill yesterday. What else? And then I got a little keyboard cover thing. All right, these are going to go in my Garfield. Go for it. Where did he go? I'm going to make a little notepad. I'll probably put some other stuff in there. Go for it. So that's kind of a little journal. Where's the one I started? This one I'd already started. These are starts here. These are just scribble notes. These are for me to sit out by my recliner and record. Oh, I was recording Janet Nash's prompts when I watched Dee Dee's inspirations from Dee Dee, thoughts, my daily life stuff. All right, so there's, I'll probably add to those. I was reading chat. I got sidetracked. Marguerite. Good morning, Marguerite. Welcome in. Raul is here. Raul has a zine, Valentine's zine collab coming up on February 7th. On his community tab, he has a, thank you, Arlene, for dropping a link to Dee Dee's channel. On his community tab, he has a link to the channels that are participating and what he calls a poster showing all the times that and you can go in, it's not a video hop where, well, we're kind of hopping from, you can hop from one to the other, but it's not like it's a collab. So you can watch it at your leisure, but they are premieres. And if you're there when it's going on at that time, you can pop in and chat. I'm participating in 4 time slots, and I will be there. A premiere video is like you make the video and upload it like a long form video. Their time length is 15 minutes, so they're pretty short. But I will be there in all my time slots, and I will be chatting. I won't be chatting while I'm doing art because my art will all be done. So come in and chat with me. There's several other people participating, and they're all doing premieres. So if you're around on February 7th, that's the place to be. Now, also, while I'm talking about that, let's talk about Janet's sale that's coming up. And I call it Janet's sale. It's a sale to support Janet Baum, who lost her husband. She's been a moderator in several of our art groups. She's well loved, she's well thought of, and our heart just goes out to her. It's a time of grief for her, and we just want to support her. So Crafting Mamas and Malia are co-hosting a sale on Sunday, February 4th. And there'll be all sorts of stash like this. Well, I don't know if there's washi tape, but there'll be art stash. I got all of this at Keisha's when I was. I don't go to many auctions. I did go to Pearl's here recently, but I don't go to many auctions anymore just because I spend, and I have. So, I'll be there at Crafting Mamas and Malia's, and I know it starts at 12 p.m. on Shelley's channel. I don't know if they're going to bop between channels, but they'll guide us through at that time. 12 p.m. noon on February 4th. Come in, buy, because 100% of the proceeds, whatever they earn from that sale, 100% is going to go to Janet to support her. So I'll be there. I'll probably have already spent like $20 on calendars or books or something. It will buy me some calendars. So I'll probably find a flip top calendar and spend it on that. I've been saving it. And I want to thank, she probably was in here earlier. She listens while she gets dressed for work. I want to thank Liguri again. She sent me a very generous PayPal. And I want to thank her for that. It enables me to go to Goodwill and go shopping extra. And I just want to thank her for it. But when I spend it, I haven't spent it yet. When I spend it, whenever you guys send me cash, I kind of want to think, I don't know if I want to buy a book with this. I want to buy something that whenever I use it, I can say, oh, I got a gift from so-and-so. Like what this tabletop was given to me by Laura Vasquez. And she sent me, again, 10 packages of, I think it was 10 packages of double-sided Dollar Tree tape because I can't find it retail. And she keeps me supplied. But Laura Vasquez deserves a big thank you, too, because she's been very, all of you. Renee sent me 2 bags of elastic cording. I had no idea. I was about ready to buy some off of Amazon, and my brother brought in a package from the mail, and I opened it up, and there it was. I opened it online. Malia's channel. I don't know if that's the auction link or not. It might be about announcing the auction, or maybe that's just her channel. It starts on Shelley's channel. And I don't know if they're working together on Shelley's channel, because Shelley, I know, has StreamYard. or if they're going to trade off on different channels. But they'll guide us through that. Crafting Mamas, Riri says, rocks. Riri says, Crafting Mamas rocks. Yeah, I'm not sure that there's an actual auction link out there. There might be before Sunday. She might have one out there. I'm not sure that she has a link to the sale set up yet. But watch for it. It's on, I know it starts on Shelley's channel at 12 p.m. on February, 12 p.m. noon on Shelley's channel, Crafting Mamas. Hi, there's Malia. Malia can tell us all about it. We're doing it all on Shelley. See, Malia's filled in the blanks. Thank you for saying that, Malia. But both Malia and Shelley are co-hosting this, and they have both these put in lots and lots of work on it. It's a lot of work to coordinate all this stuff. And get it all organized to sale. And, you know, they'll be inventorying and sending it out, making sure people pay what they've committed to buy. And it's a lot of work. And they both deserve big thank yous. And they're doing this all for Janet. They're not keeping the money. They're sending all the 100% of the proceeds to Janet. And they deserve a big thank you for doing this. Brenda says, we don't ban books, but add a code to books when the scan says parental permission needed. There are books that are okay for 8th graders, but not a 5th grader. Dee Dee, historical based on fictions mostly. I read about anything. Brenda's talking. She says, I don't read porn. Right now, I'm reading a stack of books aimed at 5th and 8th graders to preview them from kids. Bless your heart, Brenda, for doing that. I just was scrolling on YouTube and I ran across where this young boy was reading, and he was a 4th or 5th grader, and he was reading out of a book that I wouldn't even let an 18-year-old read. That stuff does not need to be in the hands of our younger. I mean, we need to tell them the facts of life when they're ready for it, but we don't need to instruct them before they're ready. I don't know what is in the heads of our public school. I'm so glad. Don't get me started on the school system. Do not get me started on the education system, because I am very pro homeschooling. I was from the start, when homeschooling was just barely in the late or early 70s, just barely getting a start here in Nebraska. Now it's pretty well established. But if you can at all possibly homeschool your kids, not everybody can. I mean, because some households, it takes both the man and the husband and the wife to earn a living. So what are the kids going to do? So, but not everybody. And if you can at all possible homeschool your kids, please do. They get a much better education, at least through the elementary years, when and you're impressing on those kids values that you want them to learn, and it's coming from you under your parental permission, and you aren't just handing your kids over to somebody who has a different value system than you do. So I went to public school, but let me tell you, school was up through my high school years. I was a very lost person. I was just lost. Not mentally, just I was still figuring out what life was all about. Let's put it that way. When I say lost, it meant that I wasn't mentally ill or anything. I was just trying to figure out my life. And I have to say, it wasn't until that I met a Christian group and I learned what faith I believed in and all of that. I'm a born again Christian. I'm not ashamed to say it. But it was then that I started really feeling like I had a grip on my life. So I don't think public school helped me at all. I mean, they helped me. I got a love of learning. I won't say that. And they certainly did not teach porn back then. It would not have been allowed in a small school in Nebraska. What they teach now would have, the instructors would have been fired. They would not allow that. In fact, I know when I was in high school, one of the principals, who was actually one of our coaches, one of the political papers, I don't know what one it was, but I wish I kind of knew now. He wouldn't tolerate it. He made him take it out. He was a principal. He made him take it out of the library because he said it had communist and fascism. Well, he fought in World War II, and what did he give his time and life for? I mean, he didn't give his life, but he gave time of his. Well, a lot of the World War II veterans feel the same way. They gave of their time and their life to build a good life for us now, and then we see that crap going on in our public. It's a sore point with me. Homeschool your kids if you can. I understand the need for public education, but I do think that they need to clean up their act. And don't get me started on the grading system, because I really have, especially in art. Yes, I understand, but not everybody who takes art classes is going to be a graphic artist. I understand you have to have a certain standard if you're going to be a graphic artist, because you're selling your art to other people and for commercialism. But graphic artists these days are a whole different trend than it was in my day. I personally think art should not be graded. And they graded you on very subjective things, very subjective expressions. And now something like math, something where it is right or wrong, I can understand a grade for. If you got it wrong, if you're saying 2 + 2 = 22, you got it wrong. Now, it's a right and a wrong, and you got it wrong. Even though 2 and 2 looks like 22, it's still 2 here and 2 there. It's only 4, I think. So I can understand grading for that, and I can understand taking tests. But I rebel against the grading system. I did back then. It's one reason why I would not made a good public school teacher. I got out of that and became something else. And I'm retired now, so I can express my opinion freely on my YouTube channel. Let me go down. How did I get off on that? Riri. Arlene says, Riri, I still giggle about the guy I went out with for one date. Me having a hatchet in my truck made him uncomfortable. That's funny, Arlene. Leah says, oh, Malia, I hate it when kids and adults get left out. Mean people stink. What did Malia say? I'm an outsider in my area, she says. So if my kids didn't go to school, they'd have no friends. They don't get included in things. Yeah, not everybody can. I mean, it's really a decision that you have to make based on your circumstances. But I am so pro homeschooling. I must just say, I understand the need for public schools, but if you can at all possibly homeschool, you can socialize your kids. Maybe good for you to get out a little. And you do, Malia. You get out online. She says, I'm an outsider in my area. And, I have to tell you, I'm not the best socializer in my own life. I don't feel like an outsider, but I don't go to all of the community activities and all of that. But their homeschooling has developed over the years to where, they'll take their kids to museums, they'll take them on field trips. They even have times where they get together with other homeschool kids and even public school kids. And there's things that a parent who's homeschooling, if you're committed to it, can socialize your kids. It isn't like you're sticking them in a closet and cramming a book down their throat and say, here, read this. But on the other hand, I don't like the direction that the public schools are taking. Some of what I see presented in the news and everything where parents are called terrorists because they're saying, you can't teach my children porn. And I don't know. And I don't want to get into all the other factors of it. There's a lot going on that some of it's good, some of it's bad. We have to be tolerant of people who don't believe as we do. But then on the other hand, being tolerant, they have to be tolerant of more conservative people too. It's almost like if you don't believe like some of these really ultra liberal people do, and I'm talking ultra liberal, I'm talking not somebody who has some liberal ideas, different yours. I'm talking about people that, if you don't believe as they do, you're a racist. That's being as intolerable in reverse. I don't call them racist because they don't believe like I do. I believe build a bridge, but keep your borders. That's what I've been taught. You have a border to your own life where you let things in and you don't let things in, but you also build a bridge to other people, and that's where the tolerance comes in. You build a bridge to people who don't believe as you do, to where it's almost like you agree to disagree, and not only on personal things, but on politics and I struggle with it sometimes. I'm not a perfect person, and but you learn from it, you go on. What did Arlene say? Yeah, we're in a homeschool group and went on a field trip together. Had library days every week, play days, and it was great. What is Riri laughing at Arlene? Dee Dee says, many times they don't let the kids take their books home. Go read them. Yeah, you have to, as a parent in a public school. Now, I've had enough education classes in my day because I wanted to be a teacher. And but it got to the point where I was doing student teaching, and I student taught in downtown Lincoln. And at that time, it was a very inner city school. And at that time, it really wasn't what it is today, but it was clear that that school was inner. It wasn't a suburban school. These kids came from families that were struggling economically. They weren't bad kids, but they didn't have all the discipline they needed either. And I was a student teacher in art. I wanted to be an art teacher, but boy, I did not get along with the I forget what they call them. You student teach under the teacher in the public school. He was, pardon me, I won't give his name, but he was weird. He was weird, even at that time. And needless to say, that was not a happy experience for me. I just dropped out and I went to business school. And I did very well in business school. I was a legal assistant. I graduated from business school in quotes with honors because I was into it. I loved studying, and it wasn't a university education. It was a business school education, and I'm very proud of my time there. And that school is still operating today. I forget the name of it, but that school was not just a fly-by-night business school. They strived hard to get certified. Not as a university, but there's different certifications that they can get. And they did really well. And I came out and I worked for a while, different jobs, different temporary jobs. So I was trying to get my feet. I worked for a legal publishing company. And that's where I started learning about computers, was at that legal publishing company. I was not a computer operator, but we were very close to them. Let's put it that way. And I worked for some attorneys. I was not a paralegal because the paralegal in the early 70s in Nebraska was, you're not an attorney. Well, I know I'm not, but I'm helping them out. And I never really got my foot in the door there I went on and I took some programming classes, and then I worked as a programmer in several different places. And then over the years, I got into uh, contract programming. And I was programming clear up in 2000 until 2014, 15, up in there. And then in 2016, I retired. I'm back home in Nebraska. Thank my brother. Thank my brother for giving me a roof over my head. But if he wasn't there, I'm convinced that the Lord would find a place for me somewhere. So I got this all sorted out. Let's see, I was reading chat. Joyce, hi Joyce, welcome in, Joyce. Dee Dee, right, I may have forgotten. Aren't born yet. What did Dee Dee say? People have forgotten 9/11. Yeah, how can people forget 9/11? Now it's all, I'm sorry, it's all talk about the big news is the Middle East. But don't forget that innocent people were killed when those towers came down. So sad. Dee Dee says 10 million let in from all over the world in the last 3 years. We have no borders. Don't get me started. Because I am an independent, but and I used to be very moderately liberal. Not the liberalism party has almost been taken over by the ultra liberals. There are good liberal people out there who have liberal ideas that are, we can work with. But there are people out there who, I don't know, their way of thinking is so different. And I just keep thinking, Dee Dee, you talk about the 10 million people in. And I'm going to talk directly about the terrorists that are sneaking in. I keep praying that maybe those terrorists will see that America really isn't that bad. And hopefully they won't do all the mean things that we think they're going to do. Maybe they'll see that there is something to being a free country and not being guided by communism and fascism and socialism and all that other stuff. Because I do think that in every person, I'm not saying there's good in every person, because I think the goodness has to be, well, I don't think, how do I say it? I think there's the potential for good in every person. That's what I want to say. I'm not saying that there is good in every person, because that's debatable. And I don't even want to get into that debate. But I think there is a potential for good even in the terrorists that we think are coming across. And my prayer is those people will get here and see that our country really isn't that bad, that they really don't want to kill all these people that we think they're going to. We don't know what's going on. That's just my prayer. Then there are good people that just want to break at life. I can understand that. But what worries me, we just came through a cold snap where it was 15, 20 below zero. Now, maybe not in Houston or Florida, but how are these people going to live? They have no jobs. Hopefully they'll get something to sustain them. They're coming in and they're asking for all these freebies from our government. I don't know. If we do allow people in, we need to, and this is the argument, they're coming in, they're going to be workers. Well, where? I see them out on the street. I don't see them working at jobs coming across. It needs to be sponsored. If we're going to let people in, they need to be sponsored. And they used to, I was reading the history of, I was listening to a YouTube video of that Ancestry channel where they help these famous people trace their roots. and they were talking about a lady in the late 1800s, the early 1900s, that had an illegitimate child, and she gave that child, which was a relative of the person's life that they were tracing. Well, she gave that child to her grandparents to raise, and she went to Canada, but she was sponsored. There was, there was some network in there that she just didn't cross over the border and say, okay, I'm here, feed me, and, I do think that I worry about all these people coming across and being homeless. No job, no medical care. They're coming here thinking they're going to find a life, but even we struggle in our own lives with medical care and all of that. They think it's just going to be, different than what they've had where they left. And I'm worried that maybe it isn't going to be that much different for some of them. So, but I still, I listened to my minister of church, and he said, we don't need to send missionaries to South America. They're coming to us, and he's got a good point. So I think now I'm talking to people that have a Christian faith, and not everybody in here has a Christian faith. But I think there's a point to where we as Christians can stand up and do something. And even, it bothers me that these people are coming in illegally, though. They need to be sponsored. Our laws, our immigration laws, they need to be revamped. I'm just talking, I'm rattling on here, but I do believe in what I'm saying. What more can I say? Hopefully, there's a good God up there, and he loves people that are coming across our border illegally as much as he loves us. And hopefully, if we keep our value system as Christians, I'm not talking to the people who don't believe like I do, but I do believe that there's a purpose and why God has allowed this to happen to us. And I don't think it's all punishment. You hear some of the ministers on TV saying America's being punished because they have had the abortions and they're killing all the babies and all of that. Yeah, that might be a part of it. I'm not saying there's no punishment for that, but I kind of in my deepest thoughts think that there's a goodness of God for some of this happening, even for us. And I'm not sure yet. I don't have all my thoughts straight on that, but I think God's in control. I do believe that. And we need, certainly as Christians, I'm preaching here, but as Christians, we need to seek his will of what he wants, how he wants us to believe about it, and how he wants us to vote, and how he wants us to treat the people that we meet who may not be legally here. I don't know. I'm just not sure. But see, I have different thoughts about it. This deal that we get this in our face thing that we need all these immigrants to come across because we need workers in our factories. Well, what are they all doing out on the street? How come our streets of San Francisco and Sacramento and Houston, and I don't know about Houston because they're pretty conservative, but Chicago, how come we have all these tent cities? Why aren't those people working in all these factories? So why aren't we giving them jobs if that's why you're letting them in? So I have a lot of different feelings about it. So what am I off? I was going to do my scribble journals here, and I'm preaching. Malia, you should be receiving the benefit as a citizen, but you have to jump through the hoops to get any aid, Leah says. Let's see. Raul says, Malia, I just go where my heart brings me. That's why I live here happily in Spain. I found my wife, married her, but unfortunately can't have kids. So I got chemo and cancer because I got chemo and cancer. I'm so sorry to hear that, Raul. Yeah, I don't mean to offend anybody. I'm striving to have a moderate point of view where I understand the situation, and the whole deal is to love people, but on the other hand, there's tough love and love, and sometimes it's you got to use your judgment. But then on the other hand, I certainly understand wanting to close the borders. I understand that. Um, and I understand Governor Abbott down there. He's rebelling against this. He's saying we're going to protect our borders even if we have to do it ourselves. And I understand his point of view. When he's been carting people off to New York City that come in illegally, and New York City says we can't take them. Send them back to Texas. So what we can do personally as people sitting off in our own little home here with our art is pray for our leaders that they have wisdom. Pray for the people that are coming across that they find a life, and if they're sent back, they can take something good back with them. I don't know. It's a dilemma almost. But I do believe with all my heart that God is in control. God is sovereign. God is not ignorant of what's going on, and who knows? Who knows his purpose behind all this? Maybe someday he'll let us in on it. Dee Dee says, in New York was asking for people to take them into their homes. No one signed up. Well, I don't think I would sign up. I do believe in sponsorship, but I don't think you should. I don't know. I'm just not sure. For one thing, there's no room in my. They'd have to sleep among boxes, and they'd have to get up at 2:30 in the morning. They wouldn't like it here. We had some, and I don't know if they're still around. I called her the tortilla lady. I don't see her, especially in the winter time. But I would be out working in the yard, and there would be this little Mexican lady, and she'd be walking down the street with her little dog, and she was selling tortillas. I never bought any because you just never know how that stuff is cooked. And I don't mean it bad. I mean, it could be in a very clean conditions, but you never know. And but I would see her around town last spring a lot, but I don't see her so much anymore. I think she probably moved on. There's no opportunity for them here. There are no jobs here except for farmers, and we've got one small grocery store and the post office and the bank and the library and the city hall, fire department. There's no unless they're self-employed and that there's no opportunity here. There's no opportunity for me, so of course I'm retired now. I don't care, but for younger people to come here would not, they might be able to find a place to stay in an abandoned house, but how would they live? How would they buy their groceries? There's no jobs here. And that's why you have all those tent cities in, I think about Los Angeles, because that's what I see on. And here, my brother's wife's, my nephew's, how does it go? My nephew's wife's brother's fiance's son. Well, her brother and his fiance went to San Francisco because that's where, not San Francisco, Los Angeles, because that's where the family is from. Her family's from San Francisco, or Los Angeles. And he said, he won't go back because they're living on the street. Where do they, I don't know. It breaks my heart. But God is in control. I have to keep saying that. God is in control. God is sovereign. I do believe that God can take the situation that's happening now and turn it into good somehow. God can turn the hearts of, just think St. Paul. I'm preaching again. Somebody out there needs to hear this. St. Paul was not a Christian before he was converted. He was killing Christians. He was, in that day and age, he was persecuting and stoning Christians. But God, he was not a believer, and God turned his heart just on the road to Damascus and was preaching from the Bible. God turned his heart around. God said, stop persecuting me. Stop persecuting. And St. Paul turned out to be one of the great saints of Christianity. In fact, he's written several of the New Testament books in there that's in the Bible. And we get a lot of our teaching through the Holy Spirit, through St. Paul's writings. So God is never out of control. He knows what's happening. He sees what's happening. And I do believe that God loves America. People talk about America's going to be, well, we might be going through a tough time. They say America's declining. Yeah, we might be going backward a little, but I do believe it's in my heart. It's just my belief that God has good plans for America. And we don't know what they are yet. And maybe he's has a purpose in some of these people coming across that we don't even have a clue about. And so we have to not take it out of God's hands and put it in our hands, especially people like me who are sitting down here in a small town, and I only know what I see on TV or read in the newspaper. So there we go. Raul says, Brenda, you went through hell. Oh my God, a big hug for you. What did Brenda say? Brenda said, I broke my back, healed, worked, rebroke, and wore a brace to walk more than 30 minutes. I had a brain tumor and surgery that left me deaf in the right ear, but I'm not disabled enough for a disability check. You mean they are not giving you a disability check? Wow. Yeah. I'm trying to stay away from government aid as much as I can. I could sign up for some of this stuff that's going on and get my doctor bills paid. I probably could have had my cataract surgery partly paid for. I do take Social Security because I feel like I paid into it. I'm retired. I'm fully retired. I get my Social Security checks. But that's something I paid into when I worked. And, Social Security, it is an entitlement, but it's not an entitlement. You paid into the system and they're paying you back what they took out of your check. So that I'll accept. But some of this medical stuff, if I can at all pay for it, I will, as long as I'm not being fleeced. So, and that's a whole nother story that I don't want to go into. I will talk about my cataract surgery, though. I paid for that out of my pocket, out of my Social Security. My brother didn't pay for it. I paid for it. And I saved up, but I knew what I was paying for. Before I even had it, the doctor's office, the manager in there, my brother was with me. And he sat us down and he said, this is what it's going to cost you for this. This is what it's going to cost you for that. This is what it's going to cost you for this. And that was a few months, maybe 6 months before the actual surgery. And so I could save up. When I had my cataract surgery, not the day, but I think the next office visit that we had, because this cataract surgery, they send you home because you had anesthesiology. But the next office visit to the doctor, I paid the doctor off. I had saved up the doctor bill. And then I had budgeted over my amount for my other money. But this deal with the, well, I guess I am going to talk about it. This deal where I went through here recently, I didn't know what I would not have known what they were charging me for until I said, would you please send me a detailed amount of what this is all for? They said, oh, it's for your care. I'm going, well, I care about you too, but I'm not charging you that much for my care, you know? And so they did. They sent me a detailed thing, and I'm going, well, I'll use the example of the when I went there, they put a intravenous in my vein here, and she didn't get it in right. And I was sitting there with my hand. I didn't move my hand. I wasn't jiggling all around. I was sitting there, and I must have moved my hand the wrong way, just normally, and it fell out. And it bled all over the floor and everything, and she had to come in and put it in. They charged me twice for that. And I'm going, that wasn't my fault. Train your nurse to put him in right. You know? And every little $100 amount, that was over $100. I think it was like $230 for each one. And I'm going, hey, and I'm not sure that's exact, but it was up around there. And I'm going, hey, that wasn't my fault. And I really feel like I was not in a serious accident or anything. I had my cognitive ability every bit as I do this morning. If they would have said, we're going to give you these fluids in an intravenous, and this is what it's going to cost you. But they're emergency room people. They don't think that, they think, oh, this is an emergency, and they put it in there and all of that. Well, I wasn't that bad off, and I would have put a stop to it. I mean, the bill is just outrageous, and I'm kind of contesting it because I feel like that should have been reviewed with me. The cost of it should have been reviewed with me before they actually did it. And I understand, well, there's this malpractice thing and blah, 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 but still I should have the right to refuse what I don't need. And I certainly didn't need all of that. And I have strong feelings about that. We'll see how that turns out. I liked the cataract doctor. He did what he was supposed to do. I knew what I was getting into. When I went to this other place, I didn't know what the blank I was getting into. There's Becky. Hi, Dee Dee. Arlene says, Dee Dee, have a beautiful day. Dee Dee says she's got to go head out. Go hug someone today. Bye, Dee Dee. Consider yourself hugged. Virtual hugs. Becky said she's back from the nurse practitioner appointment. It's so nice to have a 5-minute drive. Well, welcome back, Becky. I hope that all went well. I've been chattering away. You know what? I'm not going to go any further with this because I want to do the broken jewelry. We got it out and sorted out. What is today? Tuesday. I won't get to this until probably Friday morning. I'm going to leave them out here on the corner of my desk. No, I'll put them up here. This is all stuff I sorted out this morning while I was expressing my opinion. These go to my brother. He likes these furnace people pads. These are the people who service our furnace. I'm going to put them up here. Maybe I'll put them... No. I wanted to show you this book before I go any further. I'm sorry about expressing my opinion overly, but it's my channel, and when I want to get off on a hint, and I dropped all the cards. I should know better, honestly. Well, they all went in one spot. I'll pick them up after this stream. See, I should know better. I should put them in a folder. I'll sort them all out Friday morning. I want to show you this. I don't want to take the time to do all of that. Most of them are up there. It was just the top ones that fell off. Yeah. All right. This book is a beautiful book. I think this was sent to me by my friend down in St. Louis. In fact, I know it was. I took the cover off of it. It's called Victorian Keepsakes. And it's got all these beautiful, and I tried, what did I do here? I did something with these. I don't know what I put on it. I think I meant to put, I'm not sure what I did here. A long time ago. I put the wax paper in here, but I can still feel it's kind of sticky. I don't know what I put on here. What I was thinking. Just put that wax paper back in. This is a beautiful book of Victorian art. Or Victorian, look at these. Probably some Valentines in here. I think I was getting this out because I was painting envelopes at the time. Look at those calling cards. Isn't this a beautiful book? And she had written a note. She was one of my stitching buddies from St. Louis. And she said, I saw this book and I thought of you. And yay. At least she thought of me of the Victorian art, not what I chattered about this morning. But look at this. Very Victorian. I think they had something on over us today. Look at him sitting in that bed of roses. Her at her dressing table. And look at that big hat. I just kind of wanted to share that with you. I think what was on here was a book jacket. That's why I'm feeling and I tried to, it was very sticky. They had a book jacket on here. And I think this was even kind of stuck together. And I tried to put a varnish over it to keep it from when I pulled off the book jacket. And I think that's why I still feel this. They had a book jacket in here. I don't know why it's on this page. They had something. Oh, library card. Yeah, they had a library card on this. I think she got this at a library book sale. It's got a, and I think I pulled the library because I feel like where the library card was, and this was a book jacket. This one's not as bad, but I feel it over here. So I just wanted to share that book with you because I have it down here by my chair. So we're going to pull apart some jewelry. Let's pull apart some jewelry. I feel like pulling apart jewelry. Let me get to it. I got a bag of it down here somewhere. I have to turn my chair. I got that big old bag of copy paper that needs to be put up on the shelf. What did I do with the... It's here. I just have to find where I put it. Paper towels go back over here. Got my fabric out. Here it is. I found it. This is going to go out back my couch. I'm going to make those little hexagons for the journal page with K3N. I put a link to her channel, pinned the message. Let me straighten things up a little. I keep some extra bottles of paint down underneath of my desk here, and I keep kicking them over because I use that craft paint quite a bit in my fine liners, and I bought some extra. What's this? That's black. And I keep knocking them over. There's some blue tissue paper for my scavenger hunt. All right, let's pull apart some jewelry. I got some necklaces here that I want to pull apart. And I got some, what did I do with the bags? Oh, I took them out in the other room. I have to, where's that empty box? I put it back in the, let's open this drawer. I have those, all of those cards and everything all sorted out. Grr. And here they are. Oh, Mary. I'll sort those out again. I want to reach down and get that empty check box that I put in the empty box drawer. I'm going to put those broken jewelries in there. What's that? Oh, that goes to the calculator. All right. And got this little schoolhouse ornament. Looks like it was made out of a birdhouse. Somebody made that. And I also have here, is this the broken jewelry or the buttons? That's the buttons. I have a jar of broken jewelry here. What did I do with it? Here. We're going to go through this. I've been meaning to do this for quite a while. I won't get it all in that box, but I'll get a lot of it in there. And my bags, I have some plastic bags I'm going to put these in, but they're out. I should just go get them. What time is it? It's 8. I got an hour. I'm going to start with this one. Wow, now I'm getting hot. And I'm just going to cut. I'm going to cut this because I think it's strung together. We'll see. I don't know. I got a cross. Probably went on a rosary, but it's broken. And I could, looks like somebody tried to glue it there. It's a very pretty one. All right, we're going to start with this one. And I have a needle nose pliers, but I think I'm going to need a scissors. I'm going to try to just cut in here. Yeah, see, they're little. Now, let me see if they're, if I can get the, yeah, these are beaded. Look how many beads are on this, and I can use this in my tatting. What happened to them? I can run one of those tiny, tiny needles through a beading needle through this. And then there is an actual hole. I don't know if you guys can see it, but it is actually a bead that I can restring. And look how many are on here. So I'm just going to let them, I'm going to cut these apart where I can. These are pretty big scissors, but they'll fall off in there while I'm cutting. So this is upcycling broken jewelry. And I think this is the technique where this is all strung together like this is called helix. At least it was in tatting. I don't know what it's called now. It's probably manufactured, but it is strung together. They're not glued on. The strings go through actual bead holes. Let me just cut through one here. And I think I might be able to, I need my smaller scissors. I don't know if I, nope, it's empty over here. Have my smaller scissors out here. I should just go out in the other room and get my small scissors and my plastic bags. Now I'm going to have to snip at these. Let me go get my scissors and my plastic bags out in the other room. Hold on a minute. I needed to bring them in. I'll get my Tim Holtz scissors and plastic bags here. I'm not having a good day with my stash. All right, I'm back. Hold on. I'm coming. You gotta get the fabric out of the way. Oh. Paint chips on the floor. The more I sort out, the messier it gets. All right. These are kind of big, but they'll work for, I could have put those cards in there. All right. Back to the beading. See, they're pretty well strung in there. I don't think I can just pull at them. I'm going to have to clip those, and I'll probably have to pull all those little strings out of the holes, but I'll have a bunch of little beads once I'm done. Man, and these are twisted together like so. Let me just cut a little part of it off. And maybe they'll start falling out, is what I'm hoping. When you want them to fall out, they don't. When you don't want them to, when you don't want them to, maybe I just need to cut this way. When you want them to stay in, they won't. When you want them to fall out, they don't. I think I need to cut this way if I can get my scissors just the way that it's made. And should I zoom in so you guys can see better? Let me zoom in so you guys can see what I'm doing. My camera centered on it. Up a little. Oh, where's that little piece I was working? See, that they're strung together, which is a good thing, because there's a good amount of beads in there for the price that I paid for it. I bought it in a package. I think I paid $5 for the package, and I got this necklace and this one, which are larger beads, and I got a chain and that cross. Now, sit here and deconstruct jewelry pieces. And I'll have to go through here and pull out all the little threads. But it's coming apart. See, I'm pulling on some of the threads there. Where's another piece? So I think if I get my scissors, see, it's twisted. It's beaded, and then the beads are twisted. And they're twisted like this, which makes you think. But if I untwist it and get my scissors, let's get an untwisted part here, and get my scissors in the middle here and go down a row. I have to find, it's easier when it's a small piece. Get my scissors in here and go down a row and cut down the center. They fall out easier. It's interesting to see. I wonder what this necklace costs brand new. I wonder how hard it was to manufacture this. What men don't think of, and men being humans, not all men, women and men, what they don't think of. See, I've got quite a little collection of beads already there. So I'm going to snip this off, and we'll put these in a bag. I don't want to spend all morning. I want to go on to some of my other stuff. I might work on this again Friday. See, there's the strings there. Be nice if I could just pull them out, but they're in there pretty good because they're twisted. They're twisted. And I think the best way to get them out is to undo the twists. And then just pull at it. And I'll have to go through and pull out all the little strings separately, because there's strings down in there. All right, I want to move on. Let's get a bag, because I'll have to work at that. I don't want to bore you guys stiff. Let's move on to something else. Come on, get in there. Got some stubborn little beads in there. Hiding. And we'll work with that. I got a few out of there, but those are the right size to use for my tatting. Now these are a little larger. I'm going to put them in a separate bag. So this is an in progress. Let's see. I think this is strung too. It's quite long. So there's a good amount of beads. And there's this one. And that's strung. These might be easier to do. Let's start with this one. Big beads here at the bottom. Come on. Oh, it's got a knot in it here. Hold on. This one right here. Did I get it? Yeah. Now these should come off. Is every one of them knotted? How come? There's a knot right there. Get rid of the knots. Yeah, it's slipping around on me. There we go. The beads I have. And these could be used for tatting, but they're a little bit larger. And these are larger yet, I think. So I'm not sure I would use all of these for tatting, but they would make nice bead dolls. Those on that twisted are just right for tatting. Easier to get off of the string though. So watch for stuff like this. They do make them where they're cheaper. The cheaper necklaces are not strung. They're glued together somehow. Let's snip this thread. It's getting pretty long here. Throw that away. So it's nice to reclaim this. I'll be using them sometime or other. I'll be wanting white pearly beads of 3 different sizes. And here they are. I have to find them. I might put them back in the jar. I'm putting them in these hefty bags right now, but I have some little jewelry bags. Some little. Got it on the jewelry counter. This is quite a long necklace. And I'm going to mix these 2 sizes. Because I don't want to, I'll sort them out later if I want to sort them. There we go. Quite a long string of them. There we go. And there's a few left down here. This one I think is glued in. Not glued, knotted in. Got one little bead left. Let's just cut them out. Okay. And this larger one, I think still has the string in it. No, he's out. Is it this one? Nope, they're all good. So that's quite a few beads. What would you pay for that at Walmart? $5? At least $5 retail. So I'm going to mix these in with it. They're about the same size. And it's another, well, I think it is the same size because it's the same type of necklace. Got a little stopper bead there. I don't know if I can get that out or if I even want to. Now. And it's got a little stopper knot in here. I think. What's this? Looks a little grungy there. Penelope, where's your pen? Well, that's not even in the hole. That's on the bead itself. Let's hold on to that for me. Let's grab a alcohol wipe and see if I can't get that off while I'm thinking of it. I don't know if it'll take it off. Could be dried makeup or something on it. Right there. Probably is dried makeup. Now it's clean now. Alrighty. Thank you, Penelope. She says that's what I'm here for. You grab any needle or pin you need. Uh-oh, so it's going to come out? Yeah. These pearls are kind of pretty. They're not real pearls. I doubt very highly that they're real pearls. Have a different kind of a luster to them. I got a pearl necklace that was, I got it at home here someplace with me. It was gifted to me by my dad's mother, my grandmother on my dad's side. It's too little for my neck though. It was made for a young lady, probably a teenager. My neck's much bigger now. Probably fit around my wrist a couple times. That's a good amount of beads, I'd say. Fair amount of beads. And you could probably make a snowflake or something with this size. These are, I think, are a little smaller over here. I think there's just a step up larger here. And then these down here are a little smaller, but they're made off of the same style necklace. Let's just snip. Getting pretty long threads there. Ooh, this needs to be cleaned too. Where did I see that? I think that's just dried makeup of some sort. It comes off pretty easy with an alcohol wipe. Probably got makeup on her necklace. Down, you probably put the makeup under her chin or around in there, and the necklace got up around it. That's cleaner. There we go. All better. Get that string out of there. And I still have a few left here. Another string. Got a good amount of beads here for what they're. Let's snip it again. Take the string out. And I got this is a chain. I'm not going to pull that apart. That's a chain. So I got these two, and I'll bag these up. I think I'll put them back in the jar though. Little stopper bead there. All right. And I really prefer having smaller, but I have to find what I did with them. I think I put them with in my sewing box. I'm going to put these in I bought a bunch of these hefty bags for when I was packaging things up for the sale, upcoming sale for Janet. Because I don't buy those styrofoam bag things. I'm not a reseller. Quite a nice little package of beads. Got one hiding here. You'd probably pay about $10, between $8 and $10 for something like this at Hobby Lobby. It's a fairly thick bag of beads. On sale, maybe you could get them on sale for $4. Half price, but all right, but I got these and these. I'm not going to fool with these right now. Let's see if I can take apart. This is a beautiful piece. It's a shame to take it apart, but I'll never wear it. It's more of a formal thing, and I think I'm going to have my needle nose pliers to do that. And I think I have them right here in my drawer. Pull all of this out. And I think I have them right here. Get those strings off my desk. All right, let's see what I can do. I need something white underneath of me. And I think I can just bend these open. I think they're just little links that... And I can probably save them. This is a well-made necklace. If I can get in there. Got to see what I'm getting. I don't really care about saving them. Yeah, I can bend it. I need two of them, really. I think I got a tweezer. Hold on. Let's see if I can't. I don't know what one I was working on. This one. I have to get it up to my face so I can see where the bend is. I think it's right in here. Let's see if I can do it. Hold on. You bend it. Open. Got to get a hold of it here. I think I need a hold of it with the... I have those hemostats that Rhonda sent me. See if I can hold on to it with these old tweezers. And open it. I might just get my scissors and cut it because... Oh, there it went. There it went. I really don't need the ring thing here, but we'll save them. Let's see if I can do the other ones. These will be nice little charms for the bags or the journal covers or tassels. These are nice. This was a well-made necklace. I'll bet they paid a pretty penny for it. Probably bought it on HSN. Can't get in there to open it. Gotta find the... Yeah, I can just pull at it a little. I need to find the opening. Here, it's over here, I think. There's probably a better way to do this. There it went. It opened. Just had to find it. Might not be as hard as I think. And do the other side. It's hooked on both sides. So it's just a matter of finding the right twist here. twisting at it. Gotta find it. It's hard to see. Here, I think it's over here. Get my nose in there. There we go. Seems like if I get my needle, my nose in, the nose of the pliers in there and pull it away, it pulls it out. And I'll probably, if I ever put them on rings again, I'll probably buy new ones. So I think the trick for me is just to get the needle nose of the pliers in there and just kind of pull it open. Pull at it until it opens. One way or the other. There we go. I felt it. And I take this off of my finger. But they're hooked on both sides, so I'm going to have to do 2 twists on each charm. That I should have a nice little bag of charms when I'm done. And I put these on my doodle dolls. I'm selling 3 doodle dolls that I made several months ago. And I did not have a giveaway, but I was going to give them away. And the people that I was going to give them to no longer come to my channel or support me. So I'm going to sell them. And I think you'll like them. I'm saving one for Becky for sure. And I think I'm going to send Janet Nash one that's not stuffed. Because I think it'll get through customs easier. And if she wants to stuff it, she can. But if she doesn't want to, she can just put it in a journal. I got them out in the other room in a box. I made close to 15, maybe not quite that many. And I used that Tim Holtz fabric for the faces. I don't see much faces. That's another thing I want to experiment with. I want to experiment with printing on fabric some faces. And I think I can do it. I just have to get to it. It's something I want to do and make some doll faces printed like for my doodle dolls. These are coming apart now. Look at those. These are going to be nice. It's going to make a nice little... And you could probably go to Hobby Lobby and buy a string of 9 or 10 of them, pay $12. Or if they have a sale, pay $6. But why do you want to pay $6 when you can pay 50 cents? I'm not sure this one cost me 50 cents. Well, if I paid $5 for this packet, I got these watches and 2 necklaces, a chain, and I'm going to have to see if I can't fix this cross. Looks like somebody tried it already. Maybe they didn't use the right thing. So I would say maybe 50 cents for these. Total, if you divided out the price. So why pay even half price at $6, full price $12 retail when you can get this stuff? You have to look for it. It's getting harder and harder to find broken jewelry. But if you look, you can find it. Got to keep your eyes open when you go thrifting. Now, on the marketplace, they were selling a couple pounds of broken jewelry. It's hard for me to see what was in it. But they wanted $30, $40 for it, and I'm not going to pay that much. But it was a couple pounds of it. But they're into people who, they're targeting people who like to do what I'm doing now. Beaders and crafters, recycle jewelry. Like this, if I can get that off. There. I don't think I'd pay $40 for a bag of it. But if you keep an eye out for it, and if it doesn't sell, sometimes they lower the prices. And I look locally here. I don't, even if they say they mail it to me, the mailing costs are pretty prohibitive if you're buying secondhand stuff. Might as well buy it on Amazon with your Prime account. End up paying the same price as if you bought it secondhand and had to pay high mailing costs for a couple pounds of jewelry. I was surprised. I sent those medium flat rate priority boxes. My gosh, the medium ones, $18. That's outrageous. That's outrageous. You used to pay $7 or $8 not so long ago. Why pay $18 to have 2 pounds of broken jewelry sent to you when you can order pay your $18 plus whatever you cost and buy something on Amazon? So I look for local stuff when I'm buying stuff like this. I look in the thrift stores and Goodwill. You don't see much of it in Goodwill anymore. They got wise to people. And I think the clerks grab a lot of that stuff before. I don't know if they have rules about that or not. But sometimes I don't think that everything that gets donated gets sold. I don't know what the rules are. And I don't know if everybody follows the rules. I break my own rules, so why should I complain about them breaking their rules? I had a giveaway the other day, and Dee Dee caught me. Mary, you said you weren't going to have any giveaways this year. What are you doing, giving away postcards? But Dee Dee, I'm celebrating the fact that I actually got a mailing done. I was excusing me. Here's a chain. It's got a clasp on it. And here's the other part of it here. I think I'll clasp them together. I might want it for something. Where is it? Right there? Yeah. Let's take it off over here. Oh, that's pretty large over there too. It's a nice large chain. Let's see if I can get it off. I can get my nose in there pretty good. Get your nose in there and just kind of give it a twist. This one might be a little harder because it's larger. Gotta find it here. There it is. And you can open them up if you pull them both ways. I know that trick. But it opened. I gotta get a hold of it here. It opened. Where is it? I saw it open. Yeah, right here. There. It's got a ring hanging on it. So keep your eyes out as you're going garage sailing. Sometimes you can find a nice little bundle of broken jewelry, earrings that don't have a match to them. That's all fun to use in your art. I like to put them on the doodle dolls. I like to put them on tassels. I like to make journal charms. You do a lot with this stuff if you're so inclined. What time is it? 8:41. I got 20 minutes to play here. I got off on a chatting binge this morning. But just remember, God is in control. God is sovereign. And no matter how bad things look, he can take the worst of it and turn it for good. And we have to not forget that. Even if you're not a believer, that doesn't make it not true. And we just have to keep faith that what's happening in our world today, we might not we might be kind of anxious about it. But don't forget, God loves you. God loves the people that are crossing the border illegally. And God is sovereign. And he can take the worst of situations and turn them into, he can turn them into something good. It might take a while. We may not understand everything, but we have to trust that God is in control. And I'm talking to myself here. I'm preaching at me. Because sometimes I get anxious about it. I don't feel as safe traveling by myself. I drove home in the dark last night. I'm going, I hope that's not a bad person behind me. He didn't have, he only had his parking lights on. He didn't have his headlights on. And it was dark out. It gets dark here pretty early. And finally he passed me, and I'll go, thank God. Maybe his headlights were broken or something, but I'm going. But it doesn't, you know, he passed me and went on. If he would have passed me and slowed down, I really would have been scared. But he went on. I hear so much meanness going on today that I don't like driving by myself in and I'm a little bit leery where I go by myself, even out here in the boondocks, because you just never know who you're going to meet these days. Got this much of the necklace left. That's quite a few charms. People roaming the country. I don't know. It's kind of scary. But God is in control. And even if you get into a situation where somebody who does not have good intentions approach you, just remember that God is with you no matter what happens. And call out to him. Say, help! I need your help and I need it now. It might surprise you. That hasn't happened to me. I've heard stories, though, up in Madison, where one girl was in Chicago and she got carjacked. And she was a believer, and she let that guy know she was, and she said, you know, God's right here with us. And he left her alone. That's the story that I heard. I don't know the true facts, but that's what was told. So sometimes you just have to remember you're not alone. Yeah. But it was kind of creepy driving home. I haven't driven at night in a long time. I don't go out at night very much anymore. And in the winter. And they advised ladies. I was listening to a YouTube channel of truckers. And there was a lady and her husband, I think. Anyway, they were trucking together. And they advised, they were talking about being hijacked. And they were saying, don't stop. It seems cruel not to stop when it looks like somebody's having trouble. But so many of the hijackers will pretend they're in trouble. And then when you stop to help them, they grab people, take their possessions in their car and kill them. And they advise ladies to never stop. They said, especially if you're a lady, never stop. And I can remember when I got my first car, my first new car, I was driving home from Lincoln to my parents' house, and I was on the interstate. And there was these two college student men, young boys, really boys, they weren't men. And they were having trouble with their car. And I stopped and I took them back to Lincoln. And they told me I shouldn't have done that even then. I said, you just didn't, you know, you didn't look like you were going to kill me. But they said I shouldn't have stopped and helped them. But they were very polite. I took them to their house and dropped him off and went on my way. That's the only time I think I really stopped to really, other than when there was that foggy accident in Omaha, that you had to stop. Big old crash pile up. I was on my way to work one morning, it was foggy, and the car in front of me didn't make it across the bridge across the interstate. And I was the next car coming, and I avoided him, but the cars behind me, I got by him in my little secondhand $400 car. All the other cars behind me crashed. And it shook me up, because I stopped because I saw what was happening. I knew I had to stop. It was an accident. And I was trying to stop cars from coming, but, in a pileup, they just keep coming. I had a red jacket on, and I was waving that red jacket. They should have known something ahead was. They didn't even slow down. I was waving that red jacket out at 6 o'clock on a foggy Saturday morning. They didn't slow down. They crashed. They just kept going, and they paid for it. Well, what were they supposed to do? Slow down at least and pull over to the side. Nope. They kept going, and there was a big old pile up. It shook me up. It shook me up. That was the worst accident I've ever been in. And semis coming, semi-trucks crashed into those cars. I don't think it killed anybody, but I think they took some people to the hospital. And some of those cars had kids in it too, which is because it's a Saturday morning. But it was kind of early in the morning, so there weren't a lot of kids out. They were home sleeping in their beds. But I went on to work, and I was working at a nursing home. And I told the charge nurse about it. I said, I'm really shook up. I asked if I could leave because I was just shaky. And she wouldn't let me go. She wouldn't let me go. She didn't believe me. I said there was a big, huge accident, and I said, I'm okay, but I'm really shook up. And I asked her if I could go home. She wouldn't let me go. They were short-handed the way it was. She needed me. Well, about 11 o'clock, she found me, and she apologized to me. She said, our head nurse was in that accident, and it totaled her car. And I'm going, karma. Well, not because of the head nurse, but it taught that nurse, my charge nurse, who was in charge of our team, to maybe believe their help when they're saying, hey, I was in a car accident, and I'm not hurt, but I'm shook up. Can I go home? Well, between the time that I asked for it, because I asked for it as soon as I got to work, and she still wouldn't let me go. But between the time and noon, over the break, I had a break, I called my mom. I called my mommy and told her all about it. And I said, she wouldn't let me go home. And my mom said, go home and lay down. And I said, she won't let me go. I can't just walk off. And later she came in and apologized. She said I could go home. I only had a couple hours left. I said, no, I'm going to stay and work now. I need the money. I wasn't very rich back then. I'm not rich now, but I worked 2 jobs for an awful lot of years just to survive. I didn't have a new car then. I wasn't that rich. I didn't get any new cars until I started programming. And then it wasn't until 5 or 6 years into that, when you start out as a beginner programmer, you don't make that much money back. And you didn't back then. It'd be below poverty level now. And that was a good salary back then. I just about have this one all taken apart. Went pretty fast. It went faster than I thought. What time is it? I got to watch the time. I got 10 minutes. So today is Tuesday, Kathy Berg, Stacy Catitude, Colleen. Let's get my list out. I got to update this list. Tuesday. Kelly Rawson at 9 p.m. Eastern. Stacy at 10 a.m. Eastern. Of course, we know Kathy and Colleen come on Tuesday mornings after around 9 Central, 10 Eastern. Kathy Arbor comes on Tuesday afternoon at 1 p.m. Eastern. And Dusty Unicorn comes on Pacific time, and I need Pacific time, and I think it's 2 p.m. Pacific. It's either 1 or 2 p.m. Pacific. I think it's 2. Dusty Unicorn is a channel you want. If you're not subscribed, go subscribe to her. She and I have a lot of the same tastes. So she's another one to watch. And then Beth Schuler comes on tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern. And I probably will not stream tomorrow morning. Becky says she's going to stream on Wednesdays at, did I write it down? Mondays at 5:30 and Wednesdays at 1 p.m. Eastern. That's the last news I have from Becky. And I don't know what she's going to work on if she streams tomorrow. This afternoon, I probably will not be watching streams because I have that online tatting class. Comes on at 2 for me. I'll be over there. And tonight at 7. I'm really learning a lot in that class. And it's something to be in there with experienced tatters because, you know, you learn from them. And they give good advice. The instructor tries to answer all the questions, but, you know, when you have several people asking questions and you're trying to help out one person, and so the more experienced tatters will jump in and help you out. Katia is a person who helps me a lot. I have a question, she's got the answer. She was in my Sunday night stream. Her name is such a pretty name, Katia. And she's experienced. She teaches in her area, I think she said. And she's also in the design class that I'm going to miss Thursday. Boo. But I'll watch the replay if I can. I might have to get the class link to it. So, got 3 more here. I will not be on tomorrow morning. I almost guarantee it because I'm tired from all my going yesterday and I have a full day today. So I'll probably sleep in tomorrow morning. So don't look for me early stream. Wednesdays are kind of impromptu for me anyway, early in the morning. Fridays, I'll try to make Friday morning. Although we're going to be gone Thursday, so I don't know about Friday morning, but I'll really try to get on Friday morning. There we go. Come on, I twisted it. It just has to fall off. I'll deal with those later. So here's 50 cents worth of little black charms that I can use. You get a nice little collection of these. Get another baggie. These baggies are really too big for this, but I just don't want them sitting loose. I'll get those little jewelry bags out and put them in there and use these maybe for my pages with the scrappy journal, the scribble journals that fell on the floor. Put them in here. So what, I tore apart 3 necklaces today and started on that twisted one. And let's see what I have in here. Just quick, I'm not going to do anything with it. I got watches in here. I bought these watches because what I'm going to do, I got the little jewelry things to pull these apart. The little screws in there, I think, on the back. I got little screws to tear those apart. But what they're doing is they're putting, wouldn't it be neat to put a slow stitch in there, a slow stitch circle? Wouldn't that be neat? I can't wear this stuff too much because this one's not too bad because it's not so tight. But when they grab at my hands like that, I get marks and I'm playing with it. There's a few watches in here. What's that? That's a band. This is a wire band twisted there. I wouldn't wear that. I might use it on a doll or something, untwist it. And there's another watch here. These watches like this, I don't wear those much either. They just kind of fit on you. But I bought them to put art stuff in them. So and then there's one more watch here. I'm going to throw that bag away. These you have to buckle on, but they're a little bit more comfortable because they're cloth. They aren't gripping at your hands. Whoops, it's backwards. Goes like that. But I need to find out how to pull these apart. I don't see screws on this. There's a trick to it. And I'm sure that there are videos about how to take apart old watches. So I've got 4 watches to take the faces off of there. What time is it? I got 2 minutes here. I've got this broken cross. I've got the chains here. I'm going to put these in the jar. And then I've got a bunch of stuff. Some of these can be used. Clip earrings. I'm going to pull the clip off. Look at this. Isn't that a cool earring? That'll make a nice journal charm. Pull the shank off of it. The clip. This is a big old fat bead. It's a glass one. I think this is a handmade one. It's really pretty in its own way. Some rings. And that's what I think was in that jewelry that I saw on Marketplace. No, that's a clip earring. And I'm not into the rings. Excuse me. I'm not into buying the rings so much. This is a clip earring though. But stuff like this, I have to find a use for it. Yeah. Look at, isn't that pretty? I think I got these 2 from Jerry Bellini. She was selling some stuff. These are, I either got them from Jerry or Keisha. And look at this one. It's got a pretty blue, it's a clip earring. I couldn't wear that. There's another. Well, that was a watch. No, that was, see, look. Well, I paid 36 cents for these, but doesn't that look like what I just, well, no, they're not quite as nice. They're just held on with little. I bought these at Hobby Lobby, I'm pretty sure. Reduced 36 cents. I'm going to pull those apart. Here's another watch. Kind of a cool watch. But I'm going to take it all apart and put stuff in there. Look at this. Look at this. Now, even a child's hand, this would be pretty heavy for a child's hand. Got to get the necklace out of it, and then I'll quit. Let's get the necklace out of it here, if I can. Oh, it is a necklace. It is a necklace. I was going to say, what wrist would hold that? I guess you'd have to be... I guess I could see wearing this with a sweater, but it's fake coins is what they are. And it feels grungy. I don't know if that alcohol white would let me do this, and then I'm 1 minute after 9. Kathy Berg and Colleen are coming on. They're probably on now. I told them to bop on if I go over. The only one thing I want to try here is seeing if this alcohol wipe will kind of clean at this. Kind of wipe this stuff off. It feels grungy. It feels cleaner in my hands, at least. They tarnish after a while, you know, this is not, but they're cool charms. That's a pony and a lady and another lady, a tree of life there, it looks like. Is that a tree? Some sort of a emblem there. It may not be a tree. There's the back of that coin. Another horse. What's this? Another lady. I think this might be a tree of life here. I haven't quite figured it out. And another lady. No, that's another horse. But that's kind of cool. I got this to tear apart. And then you get the grungy chain with it. It has the bracelet hooked onto it. So maybe I'll tear this one apart next. All right, I have to quit. I'm way past my time. I'm going to stuff these in here, and I'll take them and put them in smaller bags later. Like so. And then these, I'm going to, I guess, I'll leave them in this box. And we'll work with these. I'll just leave them out on my desk. So I will probably see you Friday morning. Don't forget everybody that's coming on today. Kathy Berg and Colleen are probably on now. Stacy Catitude is on. Lena comes on today. Kathy Arbor, or I don't know if Lena does. Kathy Arbor comes on later this afternoon. And Beth Schuler. So have a great day. And I will see you probably Friday morning. I won't be streaming Thursday morning. Have a great day, everybody. Sorry I didn't chat at you more, but I've got to sign off. Thank you, Kimberly, for dropping all the links. I truly appreciate you. Kimberly says, I sent you an email of my sewing. It was fun. Oh, I can't wait to see it, Kimberly. I'll show it Friday morning. I gotta go. I'm way over time here. And we'll work with these Friday morning. Have a great day, everybody. Bye. Oh, I wanted that out.